This podcast explores themes of murder, rape, child abuse, and racism. Listener discretion is advised. When we hear the term serial killer, we may think of a trail of victims sparking mass panic, police investigations lasting years, lurid speculation in the press. But what about a killer so methodical, so terrifyingly discreet, that nobody is looking for him? From ID and Arrow Media, I'm criminal psychologist Dr. Michelle Ward, and this is Mind of a Monster, the Cross-Country Killer. Chapter 1, Israel Keyes.
Israel Keyes is the most prolific serial killer you've never heard of.
You would have no idea that he could have committed the crimes that he committed because he seemed like such a normal guy. But he was the face of evil.
He roamed the country and quite meticulously planned all of his attacks, sometimes years in advance.
He took them both out to the farmhouse and took Mr. Courier downstairs, restrained him, and then took Mr. and Mrs. Courier upstairs to a room that he had set up with his ligatures and restraints.
Israel Keyes is a deadly predator who strikes from the shadows, brutalizes and butchers his victims, and then covers his tracks so efficiently that no one knows he's out there, getting away with it.
The only person who knows about what I'm telling you, kind of things I'm telling you, is me.
I'm going to analyze FBI recordings of the killer's own twisted and highly detailed confessions, and speak to the detectives who tried to keep up with his spiraling body count to attempt to understand why he killed and how his crimes went unnoticed for so long.
I have lots more stories to tell if you're interested.
It's spring 2012. In the attorney's office in Anchorage, Alaska, local PD, the FBI, and various lawyers sit around the board table. The focus of their attention is the prime suspect in the disappearance of 18-year-old Samantha Koenig. She's been missing for nearly 2 months, and her family, friends, and the entire state are desperate to know where she is. Israel Keyes has been tight-lipped since his arrest 2 weeks ago, but investigators are certain he's killed her.
It's Officer Bell, APD, going on tape. It's March 30th, U.S. Attorney's Office.
After 17 days in custody, Keyes finally agrees to talk.
All right, Israel, it's okay with you. We'll ask some questions, okay?
The tall and wiry 34-year-old with greased back hair and dark eyes has a captive audience. Sitting across the table is Detective Jeff Bell.
I think we had some expectations that he was going to talk to us about the disappearance of Samantha Koenig, but none of us were prepared for the detail in which he provided to us, not only about her kidnapping, but about what he did to her and her death.
What you are about to hear is not the voice of an actor. It's very real, and it's chilling.
You just described to me the putting her body in pieces in the lake around February 22nd, 23rd.
Yeah. First day was the head, legs, and the arms.
Of Samantha Koenig.
Yep.
And the second day?
The torso.
Very kind of eerie watching him react to his own telling of the story. He was constantly like rubbing his arms, like he was chilled about what he was saying. He was definitely having a physical reaction to talking about what he had done.
When I robbed her, she was, very cooperative, and I knew from the minute she walked out of that coffee stand, I was going to kill her.
He's giving you a lot of information. What effect does this have on you?
Well, it's both mentally and physically draining, honestly. I mean, none of us in that room had ever heard anything face to face with someone to that detail of crime, because most people, when they confess to crimes, they leave out details. He left no details out.
And I tied knots in the ends of the rope, and I screwed the rope down to the floor of the wall.
Did she ever struggle for you? Or did she just let you do that?
She knew at that point. And I put my head right up to her ear and I said, "You knew this was coming."
Once he told us the details of what he did to Samantha and how he disposed of her remains, we were all very confident that he had other victims.
I don't know if I want to tell any more stories today, but I have a lot more stories to tell.
Over the next 7 months, the FBI hears intimate details about Keyes' life and his murders. There is something undeniably chilling about hearing a killer's voice, describing his thought process, and reliving his experiences. But it also offers a unique opportunity to get inside his mind. To try to understand who Keyes is and why he kills, I need to start at the beginning. But this is not easy. Israel Keyes was raised without a birth certificate or formal education, cut off from regular society. (1983) Colville. Heidi and John Jeffrey Keyes have just moved from Utah to the forests of northeast Washington with 4-year-old son Israel and his older sister. They were Mormons, but have now rejected that religion and are searching for a new way of life. They find it here, living off-grid in nature and attending an extreme fundamentalist Christian church. It is in this isolated world where Keyes spends his childhood, right up until his late teens. I really need a deeper understanding of what goes on within this cut-off society. But these are people who harbor an intense distrust of outsiders like me. So I'm incredibly fortunate to meet 2 people who grew up in this covert community. John and Desiree Smith are a married couple who still live near Colville, Washington, in the area where Israel Keyes was raised. John, can you please give us an idea of where Colville is and what it's like?
So the city of Colville is actually 40 miles south of us. We live just tucked up right under the Canadian border. There's a lot of space, there's a lot of nature, there's a lot of beauty, but there's also isolation, and that can be great for people who want to be close to nature, like myself and my family. We live on a ranch, we like that sort of thing. But it can also create space for religious extremists. My grandfather, one of my grandfather's best friends, was one of the leaders of the Aryan Nations, which was a very strong neo-Nazi white supremacist organization. And so growing up in that environment, I had a lot of experience with the Christian identity movement, with white supremacy, and with the associated anti-Semitism.
It's through this Christian identity movement that John will meet Israel Keyes. But what is Christian identity?
Christian identity fundamentally believes that the world is ruled by a group of Jewish banker elitists who manipulate and control the entire world to their ends. Then you have the other races who they view as subhuman. They're closer to animals than they are to humans, where the Jews are satanic. This will culminate in a great battle at the end of the world where white people essentially kill everybody else and take over the planet and either subjugate or eliminate anyone and everyone else.
So this is the sort of negative and hostile belief system that's being fed to Israel Keyes?
It was a culture of violence. What was inherent to it is dehumanizing those who don't share your individual beliefs. And then a part of the conversation was how destruction of those people was righteous and how it was good and how it was benevolent.
John left Christian identity behind a long time ago, as did his wife, Desiree, who was raised in the same environment. And we can't confirm whether Keyes and his family were members of the Christian identity movement, but it's at their meeting place where Desiree first makes contact.
I first met the Keys family because when I was a young teenager, I was attending the Saturday meetings at the Ark. The Ark was a large building where we could all be together with these like-minded folks. And their family visited a couple of times. And so they had several girls similar to my age. And so it was neat to meet the girls and to kind of interact with them a little bit and become a little bit friendly with them. And that was my first experience with the family.
Israel did not have a social security number or a birth certificate. How unusual was that in that area at the time?
Not unusual at all. Not unusual. What I understood at the time from getting to know the sisters a little bit was that they were all born at home without any medical supervision. They didn't have birth certificates. They were never given birth certificates, never given social security numbers. And so basically the government had no idea they existed.
It was a common thing in those days to discuss, oh yeah, well, I've never had a social security number and I've never had a birth certificate. And so it was viewed as like a status of righteousness.
Because that was such a point of like value. It was a flex.
Oh yeah, because you were a higher social order if you were not sold into the Babylonian system, which is what they called having a birth certificate or social security number.
Already I'm wondering what effect this has on the mind of a child. He's learning that society outside his family is wrong and bad, and that by isolating themselves, they are superior to the regular people who follow society's rules. If Israel is being raised with such radically antisocial principles, then it makes sense that he will continue to challenge and rebel against established rules and boundaries. But a serial killer it does not make. It's the early 1990s, and Heidi and John Jeffrey Keyes are raising their growing family out in the Washington woods. When one of their daughters gets engaged, they hold a wedding shower and invite guests from their insular community. Desiree Smith is one of them.
I was probably, I want to say I was 14 or 15 at that time. The driveway was incredibly long and very bumpy up the side of a mountain. And it didn't really feel like we were going anywhere. But eventually we ended up at this little ramshackle house. I believe Jeff built that house for them, and it was pretty rough looking. There were chickens running around in the yard area and on the driveway. And
did everybody sleep there together in that little ramshackle?
I wondered, because there were so many of them and so many children. I did not have any idea how they all fit in there. There were some little shacks kind of around the property. So, I didn't know if some of them were sleeping in the shacks or somehow they all piled into the house.
It's unclear how many Keyes children there are at this point, but Heidi and John Jeffrey eventually have 10.
A couple of the girls were close to my age, so, going in the house with them, and it was small and they didn't have electricity. I didn't realize it at first, but then I noticed all of the walls had oil lamps on the walls instead of light sockets from the ceiling. So that kind of let me know pretty quickly that there was no electricity, no running water, nothing like that.
So they're kind of off the grid.
Completely off grid.
There were people like the Keyes that viewed their rugged survivalist lifestyle as a point of righteousness on their behalf, because they weren't interacting with the system and they weren't slaves to all of those necessities, but that they were free and independent and living as God intended.
And so did they stand out because they were choosing that unusual lifestyle?
They did. So the girls were not allowed to wear anything but dresses, and the mother wore a head covering and dresses all the time. They were very socially awkward. You could tell that they hadn't spent a lot of time with the outside world or with other people in social situations.
Even in this isolationist culture, it sounds like Israel Keyes' family takes it to a whole other level. Imagine a 5-year-old kid with no running water, no electricity, and no heating in the winters in Washington and halfway up a mountain. It's such a harsh and unforgiving environment to choose for your children. I am very interested to learn more about Israel's parents, so I asked John Smith for his impressions.
Did anything stand out to you in terms of how Heidi and Jeff were parenting the kids?
When it came to the way that Jeff spoke of, reflected on, or interacted with women, it was very derogatory. At best, all women would be treated like children, but at worst, it was far worse than that. When it came to the girls, they were just treated as if they were stupid. They were irrelevant. They were a nuisance. There was no valuing. There was no paternal affection. There was no congratulation or even value of them.
Israel is growing up in an environment where there is a violent distrust of everyone outside his family's belief system. But he's also in this extreme patriarchy where even within the circle of equals, women are to be dismissed as irrelevant, and perhaps violently so. So how did this environment affect Israel? I take Desiree back to the Keyes' house in the woods.
I noticed Israel, he stood out, absolutely. Partly because he was a little older than I was. He was fairly tall and lean and not physically unattractive. At the time, he didn't look very different from what I was used to. He always wore camo pants and he had, a knife on his belt and things like that. That wasn't too unusual for what I grew up around. What stood out to me when I first met him was he was pretty aloof. He was very antisocial. He kind of was lurking in the background a lot. And it didn't just seem like he was shy. I'd been around a lot of shy kids. He just seemed strange and a little bit creepy.
Keyes never gives a full account of his childhood, but he drops hints as to how he spends his days.
12 or 14, I started building rafts and stuff like that. Rope bridges and all that. I used to hang out in the woods by myself, so I would just, be walking around in the woods. I would hike for miles. I knew every inch of that area.
Desiree remembers Israel as a loner, hanging out on the fringes, but I want to know if she ever got closer to him.
I did, unfortunately. Yes, I think I was right around 15 years old, I must have been. The Ark, because it was used often as a community building, a lot of the kids in the community wanted to get together and raise money to buy things. So we decided we wanted to put on a box social. And back in the day, a box social was when all of the girls would make special picnic lunches and decorate a fancy box or a basket and put the picnic inside of it. And then you'd have an auction where all the young men would bid on these boxes. And if you were lucky, you would get the box of the girl you might have been a little bit sweet on. And so the one who bid on my box and won it was Israel Keyes. There were tables all set up in the room, one-on-one tables, and so you would sit down and have your lunch, and basically it was a date.
Wow.
It started off a little awkward because he was very socially awkward, but then it just started getting more uncomfortable and more uncomfortable because he couldn't have a normal, pleasant conversation. He talked about hunting and he talked about fishing, but he didn't talk about it in the way a regular hunter or angler would. He talked about he was learning how to be a survivalist. And evade, the government. And, there's going to come a time when, they're going to be after him. And he talked about how, he'd learned how to live off the land and what animals to kill. And he would kill this animal and he tried to kill that other animal. And it sounded more like he was enjoying that in just a weird way.
Just a little aside, since we do know he became a prolific serial killer, how scary that you were basically on a date with him as a young teenager, listening to him perfect his outdoor skills of slaughtering animals and enjoying it.
Mm-hmm.
Did he seem intelligent? I mean, obviously he's boasting about his skill set, but did he come across as smart?
He seemed very intelligent.
And did you get the sense he was attracted to you or hitting on you during that date?
Yeah. Absolutely.
And what was that like?
Very uncomfortable. I was basically being looked at like a piece of meat. So, yeah, it was pretty uncomfortable.
It won't come as a surprise to learn that Desiree and Israel never had a second date. I asked John Smith for his impression of the teenager.
So Israel defined himself in his conversation as an outdoorsman, as a survivalist. So his flexes, the thing that he would tell you was all about, I killed a deer with nothing but my survival knife. And I went out and built a shelter in the woods where nobody knows where I am or what I'm doing. And I disappeared for a weekend out in the woods and survived and without anything but myself.
Did you get a sense of what Israel's relationship was with guns?
Yeah, well, again, if you were Christian identity and if you viewed that there would be a violent civil war in your lifetime, which most did, then guns were a part of your lifestyle. When Israel spoke about guns themselves, one thing that struck me in that conversation is he talked about guns plural, and then he also talked about having handguns, which in Washington State at that time, you had to be 21 to own handguns. So how did he get those?
It's an interesting question, and Keyes answers it in the FBI interviews.
I used to carry a pistol all the time from the time I was about 14. I mean, by the time I was 14, I was basically the same size I am now. I didn't really look 14, and so I could get away with, like, the guns I took from houses I broke into, I could get away with selling them, without anybody knowing about it, without my parents knowing about it. And so I had a lot of guns, and I would always carry a gun.
So he gets his guns by breaking into houses and stealing them. And while firearms are condoned by his family, their son's blossoming delinquency is certainly not.
I got in trouble a few times around that age. People found out about some of the stuff I did, like my parents and parents of other kids who would hang out with me. They would find out about some of the stuff I did.
As Keyes recalls this teenage misbehavior, he suddenly starts talking about a pivotal moment. It's 1992, and Israel is in the woods near his house.
I've known since I was 14 that there were things that that I thought were normal and that were okay that nobody else seems to think were normal and okay. When I was 14, there were some friends staying with us, and there was a cat of ours that was always getting into the trash, and it was my sister's cat, and I told her at the time, I was like, if that cat gets into the trash again, I'm gonna kill it. And then so there was this kid and some of his, I think maybe one of my sisters and one of his sisters, we all went up into the woods, and I had the cat with me.
It's at this point that Keyes goes into graphic description about how he tortures the cat and then shoots it in front of his friends. What happens next is important.
I didn't really react. I mean, I actually kind of laughed a little, I think, because of the way it was running around the tree. But then I looked over at everybody else, and the kid who was about my age was with me. He was throwing up. Like, he was, like, really I don't know, traumatized, I guess you would say. And he told his dad about it, and then of course his dad talked to my parents about it, and that was pretty much the last time anybody went in the woods with me. I learned my lesson, and that's when I just started doing stuff by myself, pretty much exclusively.
Israel Keyes' story about torturing the cat is really interesting. Not the act itself, but his reaction afterward. To dig a little deeper into this moment, I want to talk to somebody who's been researching Keyes for 9 years and counting. Investigative journalist Josh Hallmark. This moment with the cat is when Israel Keyes recognizes that there's something different about him. What he did to that cat disgusted his peers. What's your impression of how that might have affected him?
I think it was probably one of the most important moments in his life. I think for him, he realizes he's different. He also realizes the joy he gets from inflicting pain on others.
Mm-hmm.
He also realizes the power it gives him. So it's kind of like his entire philosophy is born in this moment of, I have to feign care and humanity, but also I am invigorated by pain and power and control. And I think that single moment is what created the Israel Keyes that we know today.
I'd love your take on that.
He even said that's where I realized I had to present a different version of myself to the people around me.
It is so rare to hear a serial killer acknowledge that moment when he knew he was different. Israel might not have the word for it, but he understands that he's a psychopath. His empathetic responses are very different to those of his peers. In neuroscience, the area of the brain responsible for empathetic responses, among other things, is called the limbic system. And studies show that in the psychopathic brain, a structure within the limbic system called the amygdala can be smaller or malformed, which could indicate malfunction and impaired emotions. Now, we have no such medical information on Israel Keyes, but the way he processes the killing of the cat reveals a very typical coming-of-age moment in a fledgling psychopath's life. And as Josh says, this understanding sets about a change in behavior. It doesn't change the way Keyes feels about torturing cats, only that now this must be a private activity. He has crossed a line, even in his strange community. But I have to wonder how much of his upbringing, the violence and hatred, fostered this way of thinking. I want to hear Josh Hallmark's take on this.
You're going to know way more about this than me, but I always consider it in that type of community, an isolationist community, where you're taught not to value other human life. I think it's a easy line to cross of killing someone to get what you need or think you need, or to make a statement. I think it's an extremist religion with very extreme, pointed, hateful views.
Mm-hmm. You're surrounded by guns, hate, and if you happen to be born with a propensity to hurt, or you don't have whatever protective factors that we have, like consciousness, like conscience, then it's the perfect breeding ground.
I think that's just a recipe for disaster.
In a world like Israel Keyes', a psychopath is less likely to be noticed and less likely to be steered away from unacceptable behavior. Here's John Smith again, talking from personal experience.
I believe that a belief system that chose to reject empathy and rules and moral guidelines and chose to adopt philosophies like anti-Semitism, like racism, I believe that that's what allowed Israel Keyes to prosper.
I'm thinking about the interviews that I just had with Desiree and John Smith as I'm cooking dinner. And I'm thinking about how it actually distills down one of the most fundamental problems we have when considering how somebody becomes a serial killer.
And this interview almost sounded like an experiment. You've got John Smith and Israel Keys, who are arguably from the same environment. Not exactly the same, but they're both from incredibly extreme racist religions. They're raised in an environment where violence was normalized, where the state is considered the enemy. You can't trust doctors, teachers, anybody who isn't of your same religion, your same community, your same color. So they're on a similar pathway, and then their trajectories go in antithetical, opposite directions. You've got John Smith, who becomes completely pro-social. He even becomes a senator so that he can serve the people around him. And then you've got Israel, who becomes one of the most sadistic, violent serial killers of all times. And it really highlights how you can't, as much as one wants to explain violence simply by pointing to a bad childhood, pointing to a bad environment. And we do that because then we feel like we can control it. We have to dig deeper. We have to go to the science. We have to go to places that aren't comfortable to truly understand how somebody becomes someone like Israel Keys. It's the spring of 1997, and the Keys family sell the land in Washington and move east, the first in a series of moves over the next few years. Israel's father uses some of the money to buy a rundown house in Oregon, and Israel is tasked with renovating it. It's an opportunity to develop his growing skills as a carpenter and laborer, but there are other opportunities too.
When I was living in Oregon, I was working on this house for my dad, and there was this river that was near the house. There was a lot of people would go down there. It was a pretty remote area, but there were beaches and stuff along the river where people would go and hang out for the day and stuff. And
So did you get away with something there?
never even got reported.
Wow, Keys admits to the FBI that he did something to one of the people hanging out at the river. It's the earliest crime that he describes in full detail. Detective Jeff Bell sat across the table from Israel Keys throughout the entire 40 hours of the FBI interview. And he's going to take us into that room. Describe his voice to me.
I think that the weirdest thing and the creepiest thing about his voice was his continuous laugh at entirely inappropriate times. I mean, if you've listened to the tapes, you hear him do that laugh. I think that I originally thought it was a nervousness, and it might have been, but I also think that he knew what he had just said was shocking the conscience of us, and I think he liked that.
God, that's so creepy. Let's start with, firstly, his first attempt at killing that took place, I think it's the Deschutes River in Oregon.
In Maupin, Oregon, correct.
It's 1997, and Israel Keys is 19 years old.
No, there were these remote restrooms in these just random little beach areas along the river. It was a small bathroom. It didn't get used very much. They probably only cleaned it out maybe once a year or something, so.
What were your thoughts?
I was waiting for someone who was pretty small because I was going to dump them down in the tank. And it was a really dark tank. They probably wouldn't have been found for a year or something.
Keys describes waiting for an opportune moment. He has no particular victim in mind, just whoever comes along.
There's four or five of them. The river was pretty fast in that area. And once you went around it, you couldn't really see it. Her friends went around the corner, and I just jumped out of the bushes and grabbed her. She was like the last one in her group. I don't know how old she was, but she could have been anywhere from 14 to 18.
His victim is totally random. She's just a girl in the wrong place at the wrong time. This sort of chance selection of victims is not unheard of in serial killers, but it is unusual.
I had her tied up. It was like one of those handicap accessible bathrooms that had the bars along the walls. And I had her tied to those.
How was she tied?
I had once around her neck to one of the bars, and then I had her arms tied out so she couldn't move really.
Keyes sexually assaults the teenager, but doesn't go through with his plan to kill her.
So what do you think stopped you from taking it to that level?
She was just really scared and kept saying she wasn't going to tell anybody, and yeah, I don't know. I almost did.
Had you thought about how you were going to do it if you did it?
Yeah, I was going to strangle her.
Do you remember anything that she said to you that stuck in your mind?
I mean, I knew what she was doing. She was trying to make it seem like it wasn't a big deal and like she was okay with it. And I mean, she was pretty smart because it worked. I just told her to, get back on her tube and go down the river.
Let's go.
Like I said, it was pretty fast, so I'm sure her friends were wondering why she was so far behind.
Detective Jeff Bell follows up on Israel's confession. Were you able to corroborate the story about the girl on the Deschutes River?
No, we tried. We had a pretty specific time frame, pretty specific area, but that person may not be alive, probably didn't hear or see any public service announcements the FBI put out.
So Israel's first attempt at murder doesn't go to plan, partly because the victim is smart and talks to him like a friend, and this disarms him because he doesn't anticipate it. But there is another reason he fails, which I want to explore. What he had planned was a ritualistic sacrifice.
I was into a lot of weird stuff back then. And I thought I was a Satanist. I thought that if I, did all the things that these books said and, did all the right rituals or whatever, that I would get some kind of confirmation that there was Satan or that I was doing something special.
Did you talk to her about that and what you were going to do, or talk to her about the satanic piece?
Honestly, once it actually started, there were a lot of other issues that I had to deal with. And I mean, if it hadn't been for my intentions to rape her, then I would never have taken someone. I was just using that as justification or a reason or something. That wasn't really the reason I wanted to do it. It was just because I wanted to do it. And then, so once I kind of came to terms with that there wasn't a higher power, if you will, that I was going to do it for. It was just something I wanted to do. That made it a lot easier.
One thing that jumps out in listening to Israel Keyes is how self-aware he is. He is trying to understand why he's so different from other people and what drives his urges. And in the moment, he realizes it's not some external force. It's not God. It's not Satan. It's just him. It's his choice to act on these desires. He also appears to understand that his primary motivation is sexual. While psychopathy can explain how he's able to commit the violent crimes, there could be another element driving the sexual motivation of the crime. Research has connected sexual offenses to previous sexual abuse. So during my conversation with Desiree Smith, I asked her whether Israel was the victim of such abuse, and she doesn't know. But she does have something else to say. It's upsetting, but it is important.
I was never protected by the other people around. My first sexual interaction was actually at the age of 5, and the man was 45 at the time.
I'm sorry, Desiree.
It took me a long time to kind of work through that, and it wasn't until I think I was about 15 that I actually confided in someone what had happened. This friend then told my grandfather because, he was supposed to protect me, right? He was the family patriarch. But instead of protecting me, he sided with the person who had done it, and he told me that I needed to keep my mouth shut and that I needed to just be quiet about it. And It was kind of a life-shattering moment.
I'm so moved by Desiree's honesty, her bravery, and her grace. What she says next really helps us to understand the danger that Israel Keys grew up around.
I know for a fact that most of the kids that I grew up around were likely abused in one way or another. Whether it was neglect was incredibly common. Emotional abuse, physical abuse, and sometimes sexual abuse. And every once in a while, in these Christian identity groups and churches, it would come out that one of the dads was physically or sexually abusive to his children. And you know what would happen? Is that the rest of the congregation would come around and protect him and talk about how what happens in a man's family is his business.
So it wouldn't necessarily be denying the belief that it happened. It would be like, well, if that happens, that's up to him.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's disgusting. Thank you for sharing that. I think it paints an important picture of the environment or what it was going on at the time.
To be clear, being sexually abused as a child cannot make you a psychopath. But could it play a part in the development of a sexual predator? Sure. We may never know whether Keys was a victim of sexual abuse as a child. And there are plenty of serial killers who had nearly perfect childhoods, just as there are paragons of virtue who suffered appalling abuse, like Desiree. Going back to Keys's first attempt at murder, I want to know where his mind was.
I don't remember if I was worried about DNA at the time, but I was convinced that, there was like some big investigation trying to find out who had done this. For years after that, for like 2 years after that, I kept telling myself I should have killed her and really beat myself up about that.
I asked Detective Bell how he thinks this failed attempt affected Keys.
He did tell us that he essentially let her talk him out of the rest of what he had planned. He regretted that because of the chances of getting caught. He worried about that. And he said he never made that mistake again. And what he meant by that was, I think, twofold. He never let anybody get away from him without being killed, but he also never let anybody personalize with him.
What we know from studying serial killers is that early failure is not a discouragement. Rather, these attempts at murder form part of a learning process. And Israel Keys is a very fast learner. Previously on Mind of a Monster, the cross-country killer.
I've known since I was 14 that there were things that I thought were normal and that were okay that nobody else seems to think are normal and okay.
From ID and Arrow Media, I'm criminal psychologist Dr. Michelle Ward, and this is Mind of a Monster, the Cross-Country Killer. Chapter 2, A Double Life.
He talked about what animals to kill, and it sounded more like he was enjoying that in just a weird way.
You realize the joy he gets from inflicting pain on others.
Israel Keys is a deadly predator who strikes from the shadows, brutalizes and butchers his victims, and then covers his tracks so efficiently that no one knows about his trail of depravity.
He assaulted her, but he did not kill her, and he said he never made that mistake again.
It's Officer Bell, APD, going on tape. It's 15:48 by my watch. Second interview with Israel Keys today.
All right, Israel, thanks for coming back. And I thought that we'd just let you talk to us for a little bit.
I can tell you right now, there is no one who knows me or who has ever known me who knows anything about me, really. Because I'm two different people, basically. And the only person who knows about what I'm telling you, kind of things I'm telling you, is me.
How long have you been two different people?
Long time. 14 years.
I have explored Keys's difficult childhood, and those fledgling moments in the young killer's development. But the statement made to the FBI investigators feels particularly significant to me. He appears to say that the most important moment in his life happened 14 years prior to his arrest, once he was already an adult. He doesn't say what that moment is, so I need to dig deep to try to figure it out. It's 1998. The 20-year-old Israel Keyes is now stalking the state forests of upstate New York, just south of the Canadian border. He is no longer living with his family, but he's still very much off the grid. So I catch up with investigative journalist and Israel Keyes encyclopedia, Josh Hallmark.
He is living in a blink and you miss it town in, like, literally on the border in New York called Constable. His family purchased about 10 acres of land with a house would be generous, like a cabin, and they have sold Keyes this land for like $1.
$1. So what's this property like? It sounds very much like the property he was raised on in Washington.
It's on a dirt road in the woods. There's a river that runs along the property. It's got a house that's already falling apart. It's got a barn and a few other outbuildings, and it's very rural, so there's no neighbors.
Israel lives on the property alone, while the rest of his family moves to Maine to become part of an Amish community. So they've gone from Mormon to militant far-right Christian to now living with the Amish. Last episode, we learned that Israel starts questioning religion, and I wonder what effect this has on his relationship with his parents.
So, after you didn't kill the girl in the river, you said something changed.
At the time, I was going from, like I say, a really religious upbringing to becoming an atheist. I have a lot of issues with organized religion.
Does that come from when you know, the thing that your mom is involved in, the religious group that you're...
I mean, I'm sure it has something to do with the way I was raised, but for the most part, it's just my general outlook on life and humanity, I guess.
So how does Israel Keyes' newfound atheism impact his devoutly Christian family? I asked Josh.
Israel's relationship with his mother, Heidi, is complex. There seems to be a very codependent relationship that is built on their isolationism and his need to be the best oldest son he can be and, you know, provide for his family. And yet also there's this push and pull because he had, over time, evolves very different belief systems than his family, which ultimately come to a head when he denounces God.
So Israel is alone on this New York property, partly through a self-imposed exile, and partly because of this family rift. But he doesn't live like this for long. Within a year, he drops another bombshell on his parents. He's going to join the army.
I think, you know, the army was the bigger problem for them because it was a problem that they couldn't fix or manipulate or manage, because now he's going to be accountable to others and he's around other belief systems and other types of people.
So that was the camel that broke the relationship's back. He's joining the army.
Yeah.
Not rejecting God.
That was a big part of it too, but according to Keyes, it was when he joined the army that they were like, okay, you can't be saved.
We have to remember that Israel has been brought up to hate and distrust the government. So joining the army is about as rebellious a move the young man can make. Why do you think he decided to do that with his life?
I think there's a few factors at play. I think one, he was already starting to feel a separation from his upbringing and his family, and this was a way he could get away from his family. So it was an out for him.
Right.
I also think it was provocative. It was to upset his parents or to draw the line in the sand that, you know, would separate them for the rest of his life. Also, it was a way for him to maybe exercise some of these feelings he was having in a controlled environment where it was okay to shoot people.
Why the Army instead of any of the other armed forces? Was there a reason, or just...
That's what I had always read about was, like World War II, Vietnam, army stories.
Guys on the ground.
Right. That was the kind of thing that appealed to me. Backwoods survival type stuff.
Spring 1998, Israel Keyes enters the recruitment center in New York. In order to enlist, he needs some sort of formal documentation. But he grew up without a birth certificate, without a social security number, and without any evidence of an education. And yet, somehow, within 3 months, he produces the necessary paperwork and is welcomed into the military.
There's just a lot of stuff that happened when I was in the Army that changed my perspective on things. Just really changed my perspective on the big picture and made me realize that, if that was what I wanted to do, then I should just do it.
If you wanted to kill somebody.
Yeah. I guess you could say I just kind of came to terms with myself and the reasons why I wanted to do it.
So what happened during his time with the military that was so formative? I need to speak with someone who was there in the barracks with Israel Keyes.
I'm Nate Lassard. I was in the Army from 1998 until 2002, stationed primarily in Fort Lewis, Washington, and that's where I was stationed with Israel Keyes.
So, it's 1998.
Maybe it was 99, but I think I'd probably been in almost, maybe 6 months, and I was kind of relieved that there was a new guy than me, so I was a pretty social guy, so I went and met him.
What did he look like?
I don't think he was over 21. I was 18, so he might have been 19 or 20. I might be getting that messed up. He was a little older than me, but not by much. He was a very athletic guy, but everything about him kind of moved slow. And I went down and meet him, and these are the first questions you ask somebody, what kind of music are you into? What kind of sports are you into? And he said, well, I don't really listen to music. And I was like, well, what did you listen to, growing up? Nothing really. So I'm like, well, you got to listen to this, So I'd bring my, at the time, CDs, out, or we'd go to my room and I'd put that stuff on. He'd be like, yeah, I like it. It was like almost to me, I probably could have put on anything. And he would have been like, yeah. He was like, yeah, this is cool,
Wow. It's like having an alien dropped onto Earth and you get to show him things.
Yeah, which was kind of neat, It's like I'm keeping this guy for myself.
It's so intriguing picturing this guy who has spent the first 20 years of his life being kept away from society, and now he's experiencing this entirely new community. He's like a 5-year-old on the first day of school. Was he really different from the other guys? Did he stand out to everybody?
Yeah. I mean, he was weird. It'd almost be like talking to somebody from the 80s now. Just the certain expressions were kind of out of place. We liked him, well, we loved him, but he was not cool.
Wow, I'm just gonna pause for a moment. We loved him? The last person we heard from who actually met Israel Keyes was Desiree Smith, who described a painfully awkward date with a creepy kid who had no social skills and no warmth. Cut to a few years later, and he's loved? How did that happen? Well, he's mirroring Nate. He likes the same music Nate likes, and he's learning social cues so he can be accepted as one of the guys. I haven't talked to a lot of people who consider themselves close to him. That puts you in a unique category.
Yeah, I mean, we'd hang out. Keyes didn't like to be out as much, but he would. He'd go out, shoot pool, have a few drinks at the bar. I think he probably came to a couple karaoke nights with us.
Did Israel talk to you about why he decided to join the military?
Mostly just to get away. He was really not into religion at all. He was pretty anti-religion, which was not a uncommon thing. But yeah, it seemed like he wanted to get away and get out of that community.
So he told you a little bit about his family. Did he tell you that they got along, or did he ever communicate with them?
I know he communicated with his sisters. He had told me, and it sure seemed to add up, that he was Amish, that he had moved through the Amish communities, which, you know, I had seen pictures of his sisters and his mother, and the traditional, like, you know, bonnet and dresses, homemade dresses and stuff. And yeah, I mean, they look like Amish people.
So Israel's family has moved to an Amish community, but Israel is telling his new friends that he grew up Amish. He doesn't mention the white supremacist Christian identity movement at all. And it's easy to understand why. In this mixed race environment, he probably doesn't want to share that baggage. But it is interesting to me that he's modifying the way he presents himself in order to be accepted, lying essentially to fit in. And this is consistent with how psychopaths navigate the social experience. I asked journalist Josh Hallmark about this behavior, but he believes it's not just about fitting in. Israel's outlook on the world is changing.
That's interesting. He attributes his, changes in philosophy to the army. I think he started questioning things before that because it was against his family's values to participate in the armed forces. So he clearly, before the army, was already starting to kind of shy away or challenge, the belief system he was raised with.
It's not just the existence of God he doubts. It's the racism, the anti-Semitism. Hearing about the changes Israel makes to his life, it's hard not to feel some optimism about him. He's rejected the extreme politics he was born into. He's found a way to connect with society in spite of his family. And now he's even making friends. I wonder if the military offered a legitimate way for him to thrive. In the FBI recordings, Keyes has this to say.
I didn't do anything really bad when I was in the army. Kind of balanced me out and gave me something else to focus on, I guess. Not so much free time.
Interesting that he says he didn't do anything really bad. I wonder what in Keyes' mind this actually means. I'm talking with one of Israel Keyes' buddies from the Army, Nate Lassard. How did Keyes take to being a soldier?
Better than any of us. He was a good soldier. Like it was a pretty common insult to call him an army guy, which nobody wanted to be, at least in our mortar squad. Not only did he always have his uniform and boots shined and pressed, I mean, he would do mine. He would do other people's.
Do you think he enjoyed the stringent scheduling of it?
Yeah, I mean, he was meticulous. Everything he did was regimented, done in order. If you were to look in his drawers, he was always like ready for inspection. His socks were rolled up, his uniforms were rolled to perfect Army standards. Everything was perfect.
What do you think attracted him to be such a good soldier?
I just think he was kind of one of those guys made for it. I mean, he was a real structured type of guy. He that being on time, being ready, having his stuff ready to go at all times. He was better at that than the rest of us. Certainly better than me and my buddies.
Meticulous, regimented, and ready to go at all times. Israel Keyes, the survivalist, who was raised in the forest preparing for doomsday, has found an ideal home in the Army. The skills he learned as a child, hunting, hiding, adapting to his environment, and using whatever is at hand to solve problems, are highly valued in this new life. Plus, now he's in a place where it's okay to kill. In fact, killing is part of the skill set, which makes him the perfect soldier. Perhaps the biggest problem for Keyes is that there's no war. I can't believe that in this environment, there were no signs of Keyes the killer. I asked Nate if he saw another side to his buddy, a darker, violent side.
He wasn't a violent person as when I knew him. He was almost a gentle person, violent would be like the last word I would have ever used to describe him.
So nothing stood out to you as, I could see that guy becoming a criminal one day.
At the time, no, but like you look back on it. I tell this one, and I had forgotten it for years because it didn't really mean anything until I found out, that he'd been murdering people. I'd always given him shit, and sometimes he'd get not angry about it, but he'd just get quiet. And I remember sitting in his room, and there was the three of us, and I was getting drunk, and I'm sure all three of us were, and I was giving Keys a lot of shit, and he was doing his get quiet thing, and I'm laughing, and I'm getting closer and closer to passing out. So I must have passed out, and I woke up, and it was just Keys and I in the room, but I was hog-tied on the ground, like wrists tied to ankles. I'm screaming at him, yelling at him, like, cut me out, cut me off. And he just sat there, just looking at me, drinking his beam and water. He probably left me there for like 5-10 minutes. But that feels like a long time. It's not a comfortable position to be in. I mean, finally he grabbed his knife and cut the zip ties. And I was upset, I was yelling at him and whatever, and went back to my room. Probably told the other guys, what that asshole did to me. And I'm sure they thought it was funny, which I probably thought it was funny for years and years until I found out.
Did this feel out of character for Keys?
No, I saw it as a joke that he had taken, I don't know, maybe too far. I wasn't even mad at him about it, really, afterwards.
If it were anybody else, you could write this off as a typical Army prank. But we know from his first attempt at murder that Keys tied up his victim and uses zip ties in later killings. Do you think he was contemplating killing you?
Probably contemplating it. I don't think he would have done it. It would have been pretty hard to get away with that one.
It's interesting to me, thinking through his lens. I bet he was practicing. He was probably like timing himself, seeing how quickly he could do it, see if he'd wake up. And serial killers do that. They practice.
Right. I mean, I don't want to pretend like we knew that he was capable of that stuff, because nobody did.
Nate's recollection of Keys makes him seem like a regular member of the squad who nobody thought twice about. But I wonder, does Keys remember it that same way? When the FBI asked if he remained friends with anybody from the Army, Keys had this to say.
They all knew I had issues. That's why I wasn't really close with any of them, really. A lot of the guys in my squad didn't want to hang out with me if it was like in a social situation, because they didn't know what to expect.
So what kind of stuff did the other guys what kind of issues would they see that
They just knew I had psychosocial issues, I guess. I don't know what you would call it. There was that time when I went to Tel Aviv when I was in Egypt, and they saw some of the stuff I did.
The way Keys talks about his Army buddies reminds me of his reaction to those friends in the woods who watched in horror as the 14-year-old killed a cat. He realizes that he's revealed too much of himself, and now they know he's different. Keys mentions something that happened in Tel Aviv, and I want to know more. About a year and a half after Keys joins the Army, their squad is sent on a peacekeeping mission to Egypt. They're stationed close to Israel, and when the boys are off duty, they decide to cross the border to indulge in some R&R.
We had gone out to Eilat, Israel, and as we're trying to check into a hotel, a guy comes up and introduces himself, and we're like, so he's like, don't wait in line to check in, just come up with me. And so he takes us up to the 6th floor and puts us in this suite. If we wanted beer, or if we wanted, drugs, or if we wanted girls, you could do all that. We end up drinking, I think, a whole Army duffel bag full of Heineken beer. And so he sends Russian prostitutes up to the room. They would knock on the door. Well, Keys takes one into the suite bedroom. And they're in there maybe 5-10 minutes. And she comes busting out, holding her clothes. She's kicking at him. And Keys is right behind her in his underwear holding the money out, trying to hand her the money, and she's slapping at him. And as she kind of swings outside the door, still holding her clothes, he's trying to put the money out through the crack in the door, and she's kicking at him. And I remember that scene. That's burned into my memory.
Wow. Did she seem frightened?
Yeah, she like she didn't want him to touch her or be anywhere near her.
I'm so curious about what happened in there. When you asked him, what did he say?
He just said he didn't know. She got freaked out and got up and left. It's like, well, dude, come on, there's got to be more to it.
I've no doubt there's more to it. Keys mentions the incident in his interviews with the FBI.
Yeah, she was a pretty small little Russian girl, and she and I had been drinking, so, you know, I kind of threw her around a little bit.
Keys doesn't elaborate beyond this, so we can only imagine what it was that terrified the girl so much. But he has another encounter in Egypt that goes longer than 5 minutes, and it's one that his army buddies did not witness.
Egypt is... I thought I could get away with it over there because... I mean, I did. I got away with it, but there were some close calls, like I said, where things could have got really out of hand real quick. There was a girl that I met in, I think it was when I was in Tel Aviv. She was pretty young. She was a student. I think she was from she was a Norwegian exchange student or something. And I wouldn't say that was like an outright rape, because she, you know, we were hanging out and stuff, and she allowed herself to be, you know, like, oh, it was in her room. She told me where her room was. And I was gonna, I almost, I did lose control a little bit as things progressed.
Keys is using some awful, minimizing language that attempts to lay some of the responsibility with his victim. Not outright rape. She allowed herself. But he basically said he raped a girl who he was dating and nearly killed her. It's what he says next that helps me understand why his time in the army is so important.
That's when I realized, like, that if I was going to do that kind of stuff, it had to just be complete strangers from then on. It couldn't be anyone who knew me or who had seen me around the person. Or I just realized that if I kept doing stuff like that, it was only a matter of time before I got caught.
Keys comes to a terrifying realization that he can get away with murder if he plans it properly. I think it's here in the army when he starts to understand the ideal circumstances for committing his crimes. The choice of victim, the choice of location, and the timing. That if he gets these things right, he can do whatever he wants. When he talks about that turning point 14 years ago, when, in his words, he became two separate people, I wonder if he's referring to this discovery.
I'm two different people, basically. Long time. 14 years.
I want to be clear about what he means, because we are not talking about a psychological split or what used to be called multiple personality disorder. That's when a person experiences switching between two or more different identities with different personalities, and they have no control over this. What Keys is talking about is a conscious decision to separate his life into two personas who never cross. I check in with Josh Hallmark again for his opinion. So he is saying he is two separate people. Is he delineating his public persona from his secret life?
Yes, he's saying there's the person that everybody knows and loves, the family man, the army buddy, the construction worker, and then there's the guy who spends every waking hour planning on how he's going to kill someone.
Israel Keyes' public persona takes a new shape once he decides to leave the Army in 2001. He does something quite unexpected. He starts a family. Detective Monique Dahl interrogates Israel to establish a timeline.
When did you meet Tammy? How long?
I met her when I was in the Army.
When you were stationed in Washington?
Yeah, that was, I met her right after I got back from Egypt.
And then were you stationed in Washington when you got out of the military?
Yeah.
Okay. And then from there you went to live in Nia Bay?
Yeah.
With Tammy?
It's year 2000, and Israel Keyes meets Tammy on an internet dating site. She's around 10 years older than him, and she's mixed race, half indigenous and half black, which makes her an interesting choice of girlfriend when we consider Keyes' white supremacist upbringing. Tammy has an 8-year-old son from a previous relationship, and soon after they start dating, she becomes pregnant with Israel Keyes' daughter. Tammy's originally from a reservation called Nia Bay on the very northwestern tip of Washington state, and she moves back there to have her baby. When Israel leaves the Army, instead of going back to his cabin in New York, he moves in with Tammy. I asked Josh Hallmark why. What's the motivation to become a hands-on dad?
I mean, my answer would probably change from minute to minute. I think that his upbringing says this is what you're supposed to do. I think it's also to be provocative. He now has a mixed race child with a black and native woman. I think it's also like, I'm a serial killer who feels most comfortable in the woods, and I'm being invited to go live on the edge of the world in the woods on a tribe with this woman.
Mm-hmm.
Almost, I mean, very different, but also very similar to the communal way with which he was brought up. It's like we're surrounded by like-minded people with similar belief systems and tenets out in the woods with very little oversight or accountability.
I agree. Josh's final point is perhaps the most fascinating. Keyes is going to live in an area which is not off-grid, but shares a lot of similarities with the environment in which he grew up. I want to talk with somebody who's from the reservation and remembers Israel Keyes. And this is a tall order because, understandably, people from that area do not want to talk about this man who entered their community, exploited their trust, and then committed a series of horrendous atrocities. So I'm incredibly grateful that Jim Thompson has agreed to speak with me. Jim is now a cop and works in the town of Port Angeles, but 24 years ago, he was living and working 60 miles to the northwest on the edge of the world.
I'm from Nia Bay, Washington, out on northwest Washington, as far northwest as you can go on the continental United States.
Really? Oh, I didn't realize that. You're almost touching Canada.
Yeah, you're out on the water, out in the bay, and looking towards land. There's a village, but right in behind that, there's mountains and trees, and then on the other side, it's open water, all clear to Canada.
Mm-hmm. So the majority of the demographic is Native Americans?
Yes, it's our home. We've lived there since at least the mid-1800s.
Jim's tribe is called Makah, and about 1,500 people live on the Nia Bay Reservation.
It's one of those, you think stereotypical small town. You walk down the street and you'll know everybody, basically.
It's early 2002. Israel Keyes is now 23 and works as a handyman on projects for the local community. It's here where he meets Jim. Do you happen to remember the first time you met Israel Keyes?
It doesn't stand out. I knew who he was before I met him. He was married to a family member of mine. Her name is Tammy. There's the sibling relationship only a couple of generations back between Tammy and I. It would have been, I think, second or third cousin, something like that. But those aren't terms that we speak in. Growing up, that was just my cousin Tammy, and her mom was Auntie. And
what was Tammy like?
I always have really good memories of growing up around Tammy, growing up around her family. She's always really happy, really positive. personality, great laugh. She seemed like she was always laughing. Always a good time around her, and if she was around, we were gonna have a laugh about something.
Oh, wow. And Israel's married to Tammy at that point?
I don't recall if they were ever officially married. I think by and large the community looked at them as husband and wife, regardless of whether or not they actually were legally married.
Reading what little information there is on Israel's relationship with Tammy, it seems pretty functional. Apparently, he gets along really well with her son, and she describes him as a good father. We now know that he's a serial killer, but did anyone close to Keyes have any idea about this dark side? Jim worked with Keyes for almost a year.
I was 21. I don't remember how old he was. I don't think he's much older than I am.
You're 21, you were young. Was he friendly?
Quite reserved. Seemed a little bit socially awkward, but not to the point where it was like really strange or weird, but just not a social person is what stood out to me.
What did he look like?
One of those slender people, but they're strong is what I got from him and working with them. But just one of those wiry guys that had that weird strength.
So you guys were working together on construction projects?
A lot of what he did was kind of the beautification around town. We installed a playground. There's a open air building by the general store, and just kind of small things around the community to make it look a little bit nicer.
So Israel Keyes is doing good work for the community.
Yeah. My mom's house, he actually did some work on. Her porch was in pretty bad shape, and I don't know if she paid him for the work or if he just came and did it as family.
Isn't it interesting how somebody can be so nuanced and layered? That's what never stops amazing me. You had mentioned that the majority of the people who lived there were part of the Macaw tribe. What did the indigenous people think of Israel?
I think he was accepted, so they welcomed him to the community. And as someone that worked for the community and is connected to the community with his relationship.
It is surprising to me how Keyes ingratiates himself into the Macaw community. And this relationship comes up in the FBI interviews.
Israel, are you Native American or anything?
No.
I noticed you spent several years out on the West Coast working for the Maca tribe. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then you might have some property in upstate New York, near the St. Regis tribe, the Native American, is that significant in any way?
I don't know how significant it is, but our paths have crossed for a long time.
I think it is significant. As Josh Hallmark pointed out, there are several interesting parallels between Nia Bay and Israel's upbringing. He is living somewhere incredibly remote, surrounded by nature, and he's part of a community that, for very different reasons than that of the militant Christians he grew up with, is isolated from the rest of society. By associating with the Macaw tribe, Keyes too can isolate himself. He's an outsider among the indigenous people, but an outsider among the non-indigenous too. And it's this distance that gives the space for him to develop a secret life. When I asked Jim whether he picked up on anything strange about Israel, he says he didn't, which totally makes sense. Israel's living with his partner and his baby, and let's be clear, even Tammy fully believes Israel's a normal guy. Did he seem like a good dad to you?
He did. Every time he talked about her, you could tell that he cared about her and he wanted good things for her.
Did he speak affectionately about her?
Very much so, yeah.
It's so interesting and juxtaposed against what we know later. A caring father, a decent partner, a reliable community figure. You could almost believe that Israel Keyes is a regular guy, which, of course, is exactly what he wants you to believe. Josh Hallmark.
There are times where he seems like an affable, nice guy. He's talking about his friends. He's talking about his kid. He's talking about his girlfriend. So, there is a normalcy there and an ability to intermix with typical people in a way that feels like he's actually gaining value from those relationships. But then he also is out in the woods killing people.
Keyes is living a double life in Nia Bay, and his friends and family are completely oblivious. He's begun his killing spree.
So going back to when you got out of the Army and you're living in Nia Bay, right?
Yeah.
And you said you had a lot of downtime and you had been kind of holding back on the stuff that you were thinking about doing. What set that free? What made it kind of go to the step where you were at?
There was stuff that happened when I was in Nia Bay, yeah. I just don't know. I don't want to give the whole timeline on that right now.
In his interviews with the FBI, Keyes admits to killing at least 4 people while he's living in Nia Bay. And yet there's no mass panic, no manhunt, no recognition at all that a serial killer is at large.
I would do something, and then I would go back like business as usual and go out with friends, go out to bars, talk to them, see people, and it was all like a mind game with me. That was all I needed. That was my adrenaline. That's where I got my kicks, I guess, was being able to live 2 different lives and have no one have a clue. Just being able to look at people while they were talking to me and thinking that, for all the years they've known me, they actually don't know me at all, really.
He's talking about people like Jim Thompson. Jim became a cop before he found out his former work buddy is a serial killer. He has this to say.
This is something that I struggled with early on when I found out who he really is, who he really was. It was hard. What did I miss? I asked myself that, I don't know how many times. What did I miss? What did I not see?
How can someone commit serial murders across 14 years and multiple states without arousing any suspicion whatsoever? Not just to the police, but also his friends and family. Israel Keyes is becoming a master at hiding his trail of victims, and he's just getting started. Previously on Mind of a Monster, the cross-country killer.
He was a good soldier. He was meticulous. Everything he did was regimented, done in order.
He was accepted. They welcomed him to the community.
From ID and Arrow Media, I'm criminal psychologist Dr. Michelle Ward, and this is Mind of a Monster, the cross-country killer. Chapter 3, Hunting Grounds.
There's the person that everybody knows and loves, and then there's the guy who spends every waking hour planning on how he's going to kill someone.
Israel Keyes is a deadly predator who strikes from the shadows, brutalizes and butchers his victims, and then covers his tracks so efficiently that no one knows he's out there getting away with it.
Things could have got really out of hand real quick. That's when I realized that if I was going to do that kind of stuff, it had to just be complete strangers from then on.
The date is July 10th, 2012. Time is 10:10 a.m. This will be an interview with Israel Keyes.
So far, the 2012 FBI interviews with Israel Keyes have given me an understanding of his childhood and early adulthood. Now, I want to explore what happened during the decade prior to his arrest.
So going back to when you got out of the Army and you're living in Nia Bay?
There was stuff that happened when I was in Nia Bay. Like I say, I got out of the Army, and anytime I'd get to where I had downtime, or if I would leave Nia Bay, every time I'd drive and make a drive somewhere, I'd be looking for good places to do stuff.
This is one of the phrases Israel Keyes repeats throughout these interviews. He says, do stuff or do something. It's his way of staying vague. He doesn't give names of victims. He doesn't give dates. He doesn't give the precise location of where he's committed a crime. It's incredibly frustrating to listen to. But I want to piece together the shreds of information that do slip out. Throughout his 20s, Israel is developing his methods of killing. But how is he doing it without attracting any attention? It's summer 2002. Israel Keyes lives with his partner Tammy and their daughter in the small community of Nia Bay, located on the northernmost tip of the Washington coast. To the east is Olympic National Park, which has close to 1 million acres of wilderness. When Israel's not working or spending time with his daughter, he has run of the place. As far as his friends and family are concerned, the quiet, socially awkward handyman likes to spend time alone. Keyes grew up in the outdoors, hunting, camping, fishing, and he takes every opportunity to explore every corner of the Pacific Northwest. But his outdoor hobbies provide the perfect cover for his secret pleasures.
You know, that's where I get a lot of the ideas, either fishing or out hunting.
Thinking of them.
Yeah. Stalking through the woods and see somebody in the woods, they don't see you. Sit there and watch them for a while. And I can remember doing that from the time I was 13 or 14 years old.
Just the fact that you're able to watch them and they don't know you're watching them.
Right. That was always the most comfortable scenario for me because it's a win-win situation. When I'm out hunting or fishing, and if the opportunity comes up,
how would you identify a victim?
I would let them come to me.
Kind of
go
like
to a remote area that's not anywhere near where you live, but that other people go to as well. People are pretty, especially if you get out in the backwoods, people are pretty naive and don't really expect anything bad to happen to them.
Keyes has been described as an ambush predator, lying in wait for a victim to cross his path.
You might not get exactly what there's not as much to choose from in a manner of speaking, but there's also no witnesses, really. There's nobody else around.
We know that he almost got in trouble while he was in the Army after attacking a girl he was dating. So Keyes only attacks complete strangers now. He's very careful to select victims to which he has no previous contact, and they are completely random. He says, quote, "You might not get exactly what you're looking for." And this speaks to a flexibility that I find really unusual. I asked Detective Jeff Bell whether Keyes has a type.
I personally probably thought that it was going to be other female victims and that there wouldn't be this randomness to it. Because of the little knowledge that I had of serial killers at the time, it seems like whether it's Dahmer or Bundy or anybody, they have a type of a person that they take and that they kill.
They always have a victim profile. That's why we study victimology. And part of our diagram when we're trying to figure out who the killer is, it's incredibly important. They always have one. But Keyes didn't.
It didn't seem to matter. It mattered a little bit, but it was more, were they light enough to carry after I killed them? Were they by themselves? Did they not have dogs? Did they not have kids? Things like that.
Yeah, he was a very practical killer. For Keyes, the focus is, can I abduct and rape and murder this person without anyone seeing? That's the profile.
So did you ever get in a position where you started a conversation with someone that you had thought about doing something, and then they, for whatever reason, you had a vibe from them that it wouldn't be a good idea? Or
No. As soon as someone talks to me and sees me, then that's kind of puts it on a different spectrum for me. I don't know why. It just feels like it's like when I start talking to people, then I go into a different mode. Like I want to be their friend or something. But obviously, if I've already decided to take somebody, then I'm not their friend.
In his own words, he has two modes of relating to people, either friend or victim. Anybody he has a regular conversation with, even the briefest greeting, is a friend and no longer a viable victim. This way, he maintains absolute clarity on how he categorizes the world around him. I asked Detective Bell how many victims he believes Keyes took in Washington.
My estimate would be while he was living in Nia Bay, when he first started these crimes, 4 or 5 victims. And I believe that he would travel to locations away from Nia Bay. And then in order to get back to Nia Bay, he'd had to go through Port Angeles and drive by Lake Crescent. And he did admit that he had at least disposed of bodies using his boat in Lake Crescent.
This raises another question about the secret nature of his murders. How does Keyes hide his crimes so well? Here's Keyes again.
My thought process had always been that there's not a body and not any witnesses, then there's a big search or whatever sometimes, but if the person's not connected to me, then I probably won't ever even be questioned about it.
Listening to Keyes, it becomes clear that he plans the disposal of the body ahead of the attack. In fact, his choice of victim takes into account the process of dealing with the body. When referring back to his first attack on the girl by the river, he said this.
I was waiting for someone who was pretty small because I was going to dump them down in the tank. It was a really dark tank. They probably wouldn't have been found for a year or something.
So he's selecting victims who are going to be easy to dispose of once they're dead. Another preference he develops is victims who have their own vehicle. Detective Jeff Bell explains why.
His plan would have been to bury the body of whoever it was that he took, and then get into their vehicle and drive it to where his vehicle is and park it there and then leave in his vehicle. And the way he explained that to us would be that when this victim is reported missing by whomever, cares about him or her, when the search of the victim would happen, it would happen where the vehicle was found and not necessarily where the body was.
Every element of the crime is planned, from the attack to the hiding of the body, so the end result will be an unsolved missing person.
It always surprises me, like some situations you read about in the paper, like so-and-so disappeared, presumed boating accident, for example. They find their boat. You don't know what really happened to that person.
Someone might say, oh, it looks like a boating accident, but you knew.
Boating accident, hiker disappears, fires.
Are you telling us that there's bodies that have been found that were accidental deaths that ruled like that or that look like that? Is that what you're telling me?
Well, maybe one.
So on one instance where you killed somebody, it appeared, and they just knew as if it were an accident.
How long ago was that?
A little while ago.
Keyes gives no other information on this victim. No name, no date, no location. And investigators are unable to pursue it any further. It goes down as a potential murder by the master of silent killing. Keyes presents a terrifying expertise in planning and committing murders without anyone noticing. And he has the psychopath's ability to keep the knowledge of his crimes entirely to himself. During my conversation with his army buddy, Nate Lassard, he shares a chilling story, one that's never been told on the record before. It predates Israel's move to Nia Bay by a couple of months while he's still in the army, but he's stationed in Washington, close to the Capitol State Forest.
I remember being in Keyes' room, and the TV's on, and probably we get like Armed Forces Network and the local news.
Oh, okay.
Right, so you're on the local news. And this thing comes on about missing person, still looking for this missing person, whatever. And I don't think any of us were paying attention, but Keyes says, yeah, that happened when I was camping this weekend. And we were like, what, camping? You went camping? Who'd you go camping with? And he's like, well, I just went with this girl who might have been this Tammy, maybe not. Maybe there was no camping trip. But the story we got was he went camping and this guy went missing. He says, probably fell into the falls. And I'm very matter of fact about it too. It probably just went in the water and went over the falls, and you get caught in that eddy or whatever it is and just get beat against the rocks. And the body could stay there for weeks. The authorities were alerted, and the Keyes himself was part of this initial search party where they're looking for the guy, can't find this guy, and then he went home, and that was it. That's all he knew about it until this news report. Oh, that's kind of weird that you were kind of sort of involved or there when this guy went missing.
Do you think he killed this guy?
I think so. I certainly didn't think so at the time, but I think so.
While we've already established that Keyes isn't picky, his attacks are sexually motivated. So why would he abduct and kill a man? I want to know what Keyes himself says about selecting victims. Once in custody, Keyes is given a psychological evaluation by Dr. Ronald Roche. And in his assessment, he says something that might help explain his lack of preference. He identifies as bisexual. I mentioned this to Nate Lessard. In later interviews, he mentions that he was bisexual. Did you ever pick up on any of that?
No. He said that? That was not a thing. I'm not saying it couldn't have happened, but certainly nobody was talking about it or I would have known. You know what I mean? At that time, in that environment, that would have been everywhere.
It's understandable that Keyes kept this side of his sexuality, the attraction to men, a secret from his army squad. Keyes grew up in a culture that would have been very homophobic. So I wonder if the young man's attraction to men was compartmentalized with other interests that genuinely were deviant, like his interest in torturing cats. And his bisexuality is therefore pushed over into his secret persona, hidden away from his family, his army friends, and his partner Tammy. Once again, we see these two sides of him that he keeps very separate, very defined. It's November 2002. After establishing his new double life in Nia Bay, Israel Keyes appears to have successfully distanced himself from the rest of the Keyes family, until he gets some bad news about his father. I asked Josh Hallmark for the details.
Like all things with, Heidi and John Jeffries, it's murky. But my understanding is they were on a train. He had some sort of a medical emergency. He refused because of their religion medical intervention, and he died. It was a death that didn't need to happen. And I imagine, based on some of Keyes' conversations, particularly in his psych report, that this bothered him. I think he kind of heroized his father while also disagreeing with their lifestyle.
Did his family welcome him to the funeral, given his black sheep status?
I mean, we know he went. And his mother continued to welcome him to things, and according to Keyes, even demand he be present for things. So I think that goes back to this weird codependent relationship.
There's a curious tension in the Keyes family dynamic. He was taught from a young age that regular society is evil, and growing up, he was removed from society. So the only social group that matters in his world is his family. It's the only place where he can have any value, and he struggles with this throughout his life. Now his father dies, and the only person left he can measure his value against is his mother. And they disagree about pretty much everything.
He goes back to her time and time again, even though she rebuts him. He goes out and helps her with their ranch every October. He goes to the sisters' weddings.
It's so interesting, this complicated relationship with his mom.
He's constantly, seemingly trying to impress her or prove that he's a worthy son, while also combating against everything she believes in.
There's another intriguing element about the family dynamic, one that directly relates to Keyes' behavior as a serial killer. After his father's death, his mother moves to Indiana and then to Texas with some of his younger sisters. He has younger brothers who are adults now living in Maine. He has a sister settled in Oregon, and he still has his own place in New York, so Keyes has lots of reasons to travel cross-country. He's perfected killing in his own backyard, But I wonder how this traveling might change his MO. I asked Josh whether Keyes takes his methods on the road. Is he really going to see family, or is this a beautiful excuse to start canvassing the United States?
His trips to visit family were like fundamental to his commission of crimes, because it's either a great alibi, like I couldn't have done it, I was seeing my family the next day or the night before, or it's a way of creating distance between himself and his crimes. It's really, I mean, it's, like I said, it's paramount to his MO in every single way.
So he's now committing murders all over the place.
Yeah.
October 2004. Israel Keyes leaves his home in Neah Bay and flies from Washington to New Hampshire. He spends the next 10 days traveling, maybe to Maine, maybe to New York. We don't know the details of his itinerary, only that he clocks over 1,700 miles on his rental car. It's interesting that whenever he can, Keyes drives rather than flies.
He said every time he was driving around in Washington State, he was looking for places to do things. Now his map is much bigger, so he's driving cross country looking for places to do things. It's also a way to separate himself from his crimes, which he talked about. You know, kill someone and then get out of the area as quickly as possible, or abduct someone and get out of the area as quickly as possible.
So do these become regular routes?
There's a way for him to return to the scenes of his crime without there being footprints, you know? There's no trail. And so he can drive past that crime scene as much as he wants because it's not actually connected to him. It's just en route between these two locations that he goes to frequently.
What do you think he's doing mentally during the drives?
I think he's amping himself up. I mean, that's what he said. I'm amping myself up. I'm looking for places. And so he's driving around planning crimes, psyching himself up to commit them. And I think that is as much a part of the high as actually committing the crimes for him.
The planning of a murder serves a practical purpose. The more he plans, the better chance he has of getting away with it. But Josh thinks Keyes is taking pleasure in the planning, and I agree. He gets to practice the act over and over again in his head before he actually commits it.
I think it was 50% the planning and the fantasizing about the act, and then also just the exertion of control and power during the act.
The FBI estimates Israel Keyes takes 35 cross-country trips during his 14 years as an active serial killer. Did he murder someone on every single trip? We don't know, but investigators find evidence on his computer that he indulged in another bizarre practice while marking out his territory. It's called caching, and Josh Hallmark has done a huge amount of research on it.
Caching is essentially hiding, usually burying, survivalist kits. So people in the woods cache food, or they cache hunting materials, or, you know, if a lot of survivalists who are afraid of, you know, government takeovers, like, have someplace nearby where they can run and dig up items that they need to survive.
The items Keyes buries are not for survival. They are kill kits, sealed buckets containing guns, zip ties, rope, Drano, and cash. Anything he might need to successfully carry out an attack. Keyes returns to a buried kit before committing a crime, and then again afterwards when he adds to it or makes a new one, with perhaps the murder weapon or a trophy from his victim.
Do you have a cache in Washington? Is there guns buried in Washington?
There's stuff buried in Washington. Did any of your caches anywhere ever get discovered that you know of? I seriously doubt it.
What marks out Keyes as unique is the spread of his hunting ground. He buries kill kits across the country, from Vermont to Texas, Washington to Maine, ready and waiting for that perfect future moment when Keyes is in the area and decides conditions are right for murder.
Come on, everybody loves buried treasure.
I do.
That's why I started burying stuff. When I was a kid, I always used to dream that I'd find buried treasure, and I figured, well, if I can't find it, I might as well create it.
I find it so interesting that he connects this behavior to his childhood. So much of his secret world was already taking shape when he was a boy alone in those woods. The watching, stalking, and hunting, his pleasure and torture, and now his buried treasure. It also speaks to his fascination in making things disappear, like victims. I suspect he gets a similar thrill from hiding these kill kits and being the only person in the world who knows. Here's Josh again. Do you think he took pleasure in the planning and burying of these items?
Oh, absolutely. Again, it's like part of the planning. It's just as much of the high for him as everything else. What he said too was like, so he goes to Vermont in 2009 and like goes to a Home Depot and buys everything he needs to kill someone and then caches them. 2 years later, if they start looking into receipts, they're like, well, he didn't have any of these things with him.
It's smart. It's really smart. I'm in the car, riding shotgun as we take a long road trip. And I'm thinking about Keyes and the remarkable forethought that he is exhibiting. He developed the patience of a hunter as a child, of course, but as a killer, he's really understood how important planning is. But I think we might be witnessing something else here too. I think Keyes is upping the ante in his crimes. And what I mean by that is serial killers tend to get a little bit bored. They habituate to their style of killing. And let's be real, regular people do the same thing. I mean, do something enough times, it really gets a little bit boring. So what I think we are having here is Keyes is taking this to a new level. So he's taking his killing on the road. He's getting that high from planning it, from having those kill kits out there. He gets to think about it. He gets to premeditate the murders. And there's still a ton of mystery to it. He doesn't know who it's going to be. He doesn't know when. He doesn't know when he's going to come across that geography. But it's out there and it's exciting. We know that part of his success comes from learning through trial and error. But here's another thing that becomes clear from his interviews. He also learns how to get better from reading.
You said you used to read crime books. How about from studying Bundy and other people on things that they did that either got them caught or that you thought was a bad idea that you stopped doing or don't do or didn't because of that?
I got lots of those kind of ideas, like what not to do from books and movies, true crime, TV. Yeah, there's no shortage of what not to do.
Keyes was a true crime fan. He read Mindhunter. He studied up on BTK and Ted Bundy.
So he's kind of a postmodern, self-aware serial killer.
Reading these true crime books and like following up on cases and reading cases taught him how to get away with crimes, taught him about moving bodies across jurisdictions. It taught him about not targeting one type of victim. It taught him about laying in wait in the woods and waiting for the perfect victim.
I probably know every single serial killer that's ever been written about. It's kind of a hobby of mine, so.
Might be a weird question, but who's your favorite? We've talked about it, so I'm kind of curious, and we're curious on who your favorite is.
Well, my favorite ones haven't been caught yet, so I guess I don't know their names.
As far as Keyes is concerned, all of the famous serial killers failed because they got caught. The best killers, the killers worthy of his respect, are the ones who nobody knows because they're secretly getting away with it. And these are the killers with whom Keyes aligns himself. He doesn't want to be well known because he doesn't want to get caught.
I don't think he ever wanted people to know about his crimes. I think the power for him was sustaining those two lives for long after death and being remembered as a great father and a great construction worker and a great boyfriend and a great son.
It's 2005, and Israel's relationship with Tammy has been on the rocks for a while. When a potential new partner enters his life, Keyes sees an opportunity. Like Tammy, Kimberly is 10 years older than Keyes. She has a job in healthcare that requires her to travel a lot. She has her own social circle, her own money. A low-maintenance girlfriend who doesn't ask too many questions and gives Keyes plenty of space. It's a perfect match. In winter 2006, Kimberly tells Israel her job is taking her north to Anchorage. She's moving to Alaska and invites him to join her. For Keyes, it's an opportunity to move even farther into the wild. It means separating from his daughter, but Keyes will come back and visit her whenever he can. And we know how much he likes to travel.
can tell you that in just a little bit of investigating that we've done in travels, you're probably not going to be shocked at how many people are missing and things that happen during your travels. And so, personally, I'd want to look at a couple of your trips, and there's missing people where you're at. And so, whether you did or didn't have anything to do with those missing and abducted people,
I'll give you 2 bodies and a name.
Who are we looking for?
Last name Currier, Currier.
What's the second name?
Both Currier.
Man and wife?
9 months before Israel Keys is arrested, Bill and Lorraine Currier are settling in for the night. It's late spring 2011 in the quiet, leafy town of Essex, Vermont, and the couple is working tomorrow. 50-year-old Bill cares for animals at the University of Vermont, while 55-year-old Lorraine works for a healthcare company. The Curriers have no children and live alone in their safe suburban home. But the following morning, neither of them shows up for work, and they aren't answering calls. Alerted to their absence, Bill's sister goes to the house later that day and finds the place empty. The car they share is missing, and there's a broken window in the garage. Something's seriously wrong. Police investigate the bizarre disappearance, but there's no sign of a struggle, no blood, no evidence of what happened. It's as though they vanished without a trace. The investigation draws a blank until April 6, 2012, when Israel Keys tells the FBI he knows exactly what happened to Mr. and Mrs. Currier. Detective Agent Bell talks me through his harrowing account.
How did his description of the attack compare to other confessions that he had given you about his crimes?
Well, it was the most detailed confession that we got. I've had some confessions in my history, but nothing to that detail. You know, the whole thing is just so disturbing and something that you never get out of your mind, never forget.
Israel Keys has traveled to the East Coast to visit his brothers in Maine, but he also drives through Vermont to do some fishing and some other recreational activities.
I had got a Vermont fishing license. That was kind of my alibi for being there, I guess. And plus I wanted to dig up guns that I had buried there. They had been there for a few years, and I wanted to check on them, make sure they weren't full of water. I went down and found the guns, brought them back up to the motel room, and worked on them for a while, getting everything working again.
With his guns in working order, he takes a drive, scouting for a suitable location, somewhere he can take a victim.
Just an abandoned farmhouse that was for sale. It's not in very good shape. Hasn't been lived in for probably 2 or 3 years at least. That's why I picked it.
After flagging this private hiding place, Keys drives back to his hotel.
I already had my backpack with me. It had a bunch of stuff in it. I had like a propane burner, camp stove thing, and a pan for boiling water, 50-foot coil of nylon rope, duct tape, latex gloves. I guess you'd call it a rape kit.
When night falls, he sets out on foot, hunting for prey.
I decided I was going to look for a house with a couple in it. So I started walking through neighborhoods back behind the hotel. And I was looking for a house that didn't look like it had a dog. I was looking for a single-car garage with no cars parked outside. And I was looking for a fairly easy way to get into the garage. And theirs was the first house I found that had all those things.
Already this sounds like a deviation from the type of abductions he was getting away with in Washington. He's breaking into a house and looking for a couple, which is very different from choosing victims small enough to carry. It's exactly what I mean when I'm talking about taking things to another level. and I wonder if this is the first time he's attempting something like this.
I cut the phone lines as soon as I picked the house because usually if there's an alarm system, it'll trigger the alarm.
So you could watch and see.
Right.
Yeah.
So after I cut that, I was outside for probably an hour or two, just kind of waiting for everybody in the neighborhood to go to sleep, and also watching the street for cops or cars driving by.
From his description, he clearly knows what he's doing. It reminds me that he started burglarizing homes when he was just a teenager, and the precision of his method suggests it's something he perfected as an adult. Detective Jeff Bell.
He broke into their garage first. It was an attached garage, but it was also a door between the garage and the house. And so he went through their car and could see that it was registered to 2 people. He could see that there was no animal hair, no dog's hair, no kids' toys.
Smart.
Things like that. So he believed that there were probably 2 people in there, and that he believed he knew where that bedroom was.
Was there a window between the garage and the house?
No, it was just the window and the door. They had left a window open in the garage. There was one window on the side of the house that had a fan in it.
One of the things I'm noticing is his memory for detail. Not just the grim details of the attack, but every detail.
There was a crowbar that was hanging in their garage. That's what I used to break the window. A 24-inch crowbar was hanging on a pegboard at the back of the garage.
So he's been reliving this event over and over. But it also tells me as a neuroscientist something a little bit different. Psychopaths do not experience the physical phenomenon of anticipatory fear like the rest of us do. And that is this nervousness, the adrenaline and cortisol we all experience when we're doing something bad, especially right before we do something bad. We start sweating, we get nervous, our heart starts racing. It's all part of the fight and flight response. But the hormones that are responsible for it also can erase memory. A non-psychopath would not be able to remember such stressful events with this level of clarity. It also makes me think that Keyes would have been using this biological advantage to remember from previous incidents what went right and what went wrong, so the next time he can modify his behavior to avoid repeating the same mistakes. So what happens after Keyes breaks into the house?
He went straight to that doorway where he believed that would be the bedroom, and he was right. The couriers, by that time, Mr. Curry had sat up in bed because of the noise of the glass being broke, and then he blinded them with his headlamp.
You know, it's like a blitz attack. You just make sure they know right away who's in charge and immediately tie them up, tell them what the rules are, that there's no talking unless I talk to them. They don't move unless I tell them to move, and I did their hands behind their back with cable ties. I didn't tell them what was happening. They kept trying to ask me what was going on, and, you know, I never answered. You know, it's just have to keep telling them to shut up and listen to me.
They know they're being robbed. That's what they think is happening. They're being robbed.
Listening to this completely unemotional account, it's almost easy to forget what he's describing. That a couple in their 50s who went to bed expecting to be woken up in the morning by their alarm clock instead finds themselves in the middle of a sudden violent home invasion and are now completely randomly under the control of a serial rapist and murderer. Keyes takes Bill and Lorraine's money, jewelry, and gun. Then he wrestles the couple into the garage and into their car.
His plan with Courier's car after he killed them was to use it for a bank robbery, but it was a piece of junk, as he described, and so he wasn't able to take that. But he took them both out to the farmhouse and took Mr. Courier downstairs.
There's a reason most serial killers don't target couples. It's much more difficult to control 2 people. And for all of Keyes' meticulous planning, he has to improvise.
Came out of the basement, and she was standing right there by the door. She had somehow broke the cable ties on her hands and on her feet and got out of the car She was almost to the road when I came out of the basement, and she saw me come out and she started running, and I tackled her on the lawn and I roughed her up a little bit and tied her back up and took her upstairs.
The couriers fight back hard. While Keyes is restraining Lorraine upstairs, Bill is shouting for his wife from the basement and manages to break his ties. Keyes has to run back down and physically fight with Bill. We get a sense that Bill is doing everything he can to defend his wife. It's messy and desperate and really heartbreaking to imagine. So what happened next?
So, as he put it, Mr. Courier was not cooperating with his plan. Mr. Courier had gotten up and was making too much noise for him.
Keyes' plan involves some sort of sexual assault on both Mr. and Mrs. Courier, but Bill refuses to surrender.
It was annoying me that I was having to deal with him, and that was part of the whole plan. And for taking a couple, I had this idea in my head of what was going to happen, and she was screwing it up, I guess. So, so once I realized he wasn't going to let me tie him back up again, I just kind of gave up on that part of the plan. I was like, well, I'm just going to kill him, I guess. So, the plan was to have him, I was going to rape her and, I'm not going to say what I was going to do, but, there was like a plan I had that he was going to be involved too. I ran back upstairs and grabbed the 1022, and he started to say something, and it just pissed me off, and I just started pulling the trigger. I pulled as fast as I could until the magazine was empty.
Well, I mean, it's so hard to imagine because of how weird and demented and tormented he is. My guess would be that it involved torture. It may have involved torture of Mrs. Courier in his presence. I mean, I kind of hate to think about it, quite honestly.
After killing Mr. Courier, Keyes goes back upstairs to where Mrs. Courier is restrained. He tells the FBI in unflinching detail how he tortures and rapes her twice.
He couldn't help himself but to tell us just details that would, sicken people. And maybe that was his goal, I don't know.
There's only one detail that he wants to keep to himself.
You said when you're in your pit, you had a pan and water, and what do you do?
Yeah.
What do you boil water for?
I'm not going into the details of all that.
The ordeal ends when he takes Mrs. Courier downstairs to the basement.
He said he brought her, so he didn't have to carry her, he brought her downstairs and then strangled her downstairs with Mr. Courier.
After killing the Couriers, Keyes plans to burn down the house. But the sun's coming up and people in the area are already starting their day. So he leaves the bodies in the corner of the basement covered in Drano and trash, and then drives the Courier's car back to Essex and parks it a few streets away from their house. When asked if he was worried about someone stumbling onto the crime scene, Keyes shakes his head.
I mean, if you go into an old farmhouse and smell something dead, that's not really that unusual. So I figured as long as it passed, like someone went into the basement and looked around a little bit, they wouldn't be that suspicious of something smelling dead.
His prediction turns out to be correct. The investigation into the Courier's disappearance never reaches the basement of that empty house off Route 15. 9 months later, the FBI asks Keyes to point out the house on Google Maps. But when the information is relayed to Essex police, they discover that property developers tore it down months earlier. The bodies of Lorraine and Bill Courier are no longer there and are presumed to have been unknowingly deposited into a landfill with the rubble from the house. Despite the missing bodies, investigators are convinced that Israel Keyes is telling the truth. There are elements of this attack that are consistent with what I've learned about Israel Keyes' MO. The prior scouting of a suitable location, the care in making sure there are no witnesses, the randomness of the victims, and the moving of the victim's car to confuse investigators. But then there's this.
I definitely got carried away with the publicity aspect of it. My entire goal up until the Courier thing was to stay under the radar.
And the Couriers was big news from what it sounded like.
Wow.
Big news for that area.
Yeah, and I just kept checking back on the story and kind of getting a kick out of the different things that the investigators would say. Because obviously, I mean, I know what happened, seeing the difference from their perspective versus my perspective, and then on top of that, when people would read the news story, then everybody wants to comment on it, like their theories of what happened, and so I got really hooked on that too, because it was entertaining to me, I guess.
So much of Israel Keyes' description of himself paints a picture of this cold-eyed predator who's become an expert in catching his prey. And yet, here he is breaking his own rules and reveling in the media coverage. Keyes' focus is starting to shift. And when he abducts his next victim, an 18-year-old girl, he finally slips up. Previously on Mind of a Monster, the cross-country killer.
How would you identify a victim?
I would let them come to me.
I've had some confessions in my history, but nothing to that detail. The whole thing is just so disturbing and something that you'll never forget.
From ID and Arrow Media, I'm criminal psychologist Dr. Michelle Ward, and this is Mind of a Monster, the cross-country killer. Chapter 4, Samantha.
So he's driving around planning crimes, psyching himself up to commit them.
If there's not a body and not any witnesses, then I probably won't ever even be questioned about it.
Israel Keyes is a deadly predator who strikes from the shadows, brutalizes and butchers his victims, and then covers his tracks so efficiently that no one knows he's out there, getting away with it.
I don't think he ever wanted people to know about his crimes. I think the power for him was sustaining those two lives and being remembered as a great father and a great construction worker and a great boyfriend and a great son.
It's been 6 months since Israel Keyes visited family on the East Coast and took a detour to kidnap and murder Bill and Lorraine Courier. Back in Anchorage, he's Mr. Reliable. His daughter now lives with him in Kimberly, and Keyes Construction has a 5-star rating.
After the Courier thing in Vermont, it kind of calms me out for a while, and I just went back to Alaska and just worked, for 6 months, and everything business as usual.
How long could you go in between feeling like you had to sort of do something to get that rush that you've talked about in some of the other interviews?
I was always able before to refocus on daily activities, if you will, and sometimes get pretty sidetracked by whatever was going on with projects or whatever. It always comes back.
Did it make it worse living up here where work slowed down in the winter?
Yeah, I'd say Alaska definitely accelerated my outlook on life.
It's late January 2012, and Anchorage is in the dark grip of Alaskan winter. It's a rough time of year in a tough city. The days are short, the snowfall heavy, and the sense of isolation can be oppressive. Folks overload on hot coffee to get through the day. Folks like Jan Alton. So you came to Alaska from South Carolina.
My husband was stationed there in the military, so we moved there in 2010.
It must have been a culture shock. Tell me about those winter nights.
The only way that I can really describe Alaska at night is getting a snow globe at night and shaking it, and you see all of the fake snow swirling around and it's dark. That's what it felt like at night in Alaska.
Wow, that sounds kind of scary.
Yes, getting off at work at night is always dangerous. For young women especially, you wouldn't see anybody for miles, and it was just an eerie feeling to know that, if something happened, there's nobody else around to hear you if you scream for help.
Jan works in a Lowe's home improvement store near the town of Palmer, about 40 minutes drive inland from Anchorage. It's the sort of job in the sort of place where not a lot happens. But there's one customer Jan remembers, even 13 years later.
So I was working one late afternoon, and a gentleman came up to me and approached me at the returns desk, and he had a couple of items that he needed to return to our store. So I happened to look at his credit card, and that's when I learned who he was, and it was Israel Keys. And I said, "Thank you, Mr. Keys, come back." And he goes, "I prefer to be called by my first name." And so that's how I got to know Israel.
What did he look like?
I actually got a lot of grief about this because I always thought Israel was a good-looking man. I mean, he was tall, he had dark curly hair, he had dark eyes, and, I always thought that he had the prettiest skin. And I told one of my coworkers, I said, "He is such a cute guy." And my coworker's like, "Oh, he's weird." I was like, "Yeah, he might be weird, but he's still cute."
So he's cute. Did he strike you as odd?
He's the type of guy he might be a little weird, but he was somebody that you would like to have a conversation with, because he was always, "Yes, ma'am, no, ma'am. Yes, sir, no, sir. Please, thank you." I mean, he was just always so polite. He's kind of like a Jekyll Hyde type.
Oh, that's interesting. So you saw some of the Jekyll. Did you see any of the Mr. Hyde?
We got a lot of girls that were not comfortable dealing with him. There was one girl, she didn't want him to come through her line. Or there was one female that did not want to, have any type of conversation with him at all because of the vibes that he put off. I don't know if they picked up on something was not right, or was it just a feeling they got, It's kind of hard to explain.
Jan serves Keys multiple times, often late at night.
He would buy the Lowe's buckets and the lids, and he would buy rope. He would buy gloves. He bought a knife one time. Maybe it was a multi-purpose knife.
I wonder if Jan ever questions why her loyal customer drives 40 minutes out of town under darkness to buy his items.
My initial thought of him was that he was running from something, maybe from the law, or maybe he went AWOL from the military. I just knew that something wasn't right, but I could never pinpoint what it was.
(911), what is the location of the emergency?
I am at Common Grounds Espresso.
Okay, what's going on over there?
I just learned my daughter works at the Common Grounds Espresso. She's been missing since she got off work last night.
The voice belongs to James Koenig. It's February 2nd, and last night his daughter, 18-year-old Samantha, was working at the Common Grounds coffee stand. She was supposed to finish her shift at 8 p.m., but when her boyfriend, Dwayne, went to pick her up, the coffee stand was empty. Dwayne and James wait until the morning, hoping Samantha will show up, but she doesn't. Anchorage police conduct an emotional interview with Dwayne outside the Common Grounds.
Okay. And I guess it's your girlfriend that works at Common Grounds?
Yes, sir.
Right? What's her name?
Her name's Samantha Koenig. Koenig.
Does she go by Sam, or does she go by Samantha? Or what she go by?
Both.
What was Samantha wearing last night?
No. She has these fuzzy boots, but they're actually slippers. They go up to about here. I think she was wearing black leggings.
Okay, was she wearing a skirt or pants?
Just leggings.
Just leggings? Okay, over a long shirt. What color's your hair?
Bro.
Is it long though? Is it short?
It goes down to about here.
So you keep calling, there's no answer?
I called 28 times. I got no answer.
At around 11:55 p.m., Dwayne finally gets a text message from Samantha's phone, but there's something off about the way it's written. When police interview Samantha's father, James, here's what he says.
he got a text message on his phone saying, you know, F you, asshole, I know what you did or whatever, and I'm going to stay with some friends for a couple days, let Dad know, and that's not her. I mean, I've been a single dad her whole life, so we have a good line of communication. So someone else was sending the text on her phone just to buy more time.
The investigation into Samantha's disappearance falls into the hands of Detective Slavomir Markowitz, head of the Anchorage PD Homicide Unit.
She was 18 years old. She didn't come home, she didn't return home after her shift at the Common Ground coffee stand. Her shift was from 1 p.m. to 8 p.m. Her boyfriend came a few minutes after 8 to pick her up. The coffee stand was dark, empty. She wasn't there.
Yeah.
And she never came back home.
The Common Grounds coffee stand has surveillance cameras, so Slavomir's team immediately pulls the footage from last night. Whatever happened to Samantha, the video should offer a clue.
So in the video, you see Samantha kind of at the end of her shift. Looks like she's doing some cleaning, getting the coffee stand ready to close. At one point, you see that there is someone at the window. You can't really see that person, but it looks like she's taking an order.
A normal-looking exchange suddenly takes a sinister turn, and Samantha has her arms in the air.
You can see the expression of her on her face changes. Suddenly you see fear in her eyes. You see her arms raised. She steps away, and she soon lays down on the floor. Then suddenly you see a person jumping through the window.
It's like a spring. He springs into there.
It has to be someone fairly tall and also in good shape, you know, to be able to make it like one jump.
Can you see his face?
He was wearing a mask over the face with sunglasses.
After a few moments, Samantha and the stranger leave the coffee stand together, disappearing into the snowy night.
There were a few questions that came from that video. One was, there's an alarm button. Why she didn't press the alarm button? Some detectives thought, is it somebody that she actually knows?
What was your gut reaction?
There was like no doubt in my mind that we have a kidnapping, we have an abduction, and that we needed to act on it immediately and we needed to take it seriously.
What does this feel like for you personally, that this young girl has been kind of violently kidnapped?
I had a daughter at the time. She was a university student, but she was also wanted to be very independent, and she worked at a coffee stand. You know,
Oh my gosh.
And she worked at a coffee stand not too far away, a couple of miles away in the south part of Anchorage. But it certainly affected me more than other officers because it was kind of close to home. If it happened to Samantha, you know, it can happen to somebody else.
I want some background information on Samantha Koenig, and Jan Alton remembers meeting her. Not at the coffee stand, but at Samantha's prior job at the Harley-Davidson store.
So you met Samantha Koenig.
She was polar opposite from most of the people that I met in Alaska. She was bubbly, she was inviting, she wanted to know you, she wanted to learn about you. Her spirit was just radiant. She told me that she wanted to experience life outside of Alaska. I was like, you can. I said, you can go anywhere you want to go. Like, you know, you're young, you're beautiful, you can do whatever your heart desires.
Although she still has contact with her mother, Samantha has been raised by her father since she was a little girl.
She would tell me that her dad was really cool and, you know, supported everything that she wanted to do in life and kind of wanted her to travel too.
Already, this sounds like a very different crime from the others committed by Israel Keys. Samantha is clearly someone who will be missed. Her disappearance is going to kick up a storm. And for Detective Slavomir Markowitz, finding Samantha is an urgent priority. So you start your investigation, and of course, you have to start at the beginning, which is the people with whom she interacts with daily.
Yes, when a person, especially a young female, goes missing, it's normal to investigate relationships, boyfriends, possible boyfriends, family situation, things like that.
Tell me about the boyfriend, Dwayne.
I think he had been with Samantha for less than a year. They were a young couple. Dwayne lived with Samantha and James Koenig in their residence. At that time, they were actually planning, for Samantha's birthday. So, she was very excited about that.
Dwayne is ruled out as a suspect, but he does have some additional information regarding the previous night.
I saw someone in her truck at 3 o'clock this morning.
In her truck?
Yes, sir.
At home?
Yeah.
Okay, what did you see there?
I opened the door at about 3 o'clock to check if her truck is still there, to see if she came and got it and just left. But her truck was there, and I went outside, and I was in my slippers and my robe, and I went up to the gate at the house, and when the guy saw me, he was in a black ski mask, wearing all black clothes. It looked like he had gloves on.
When Dwayne ran inside to alert Samantha's dad, the mystery man disappeared. But he took Samantha's ID from her truck and an ATM card she shares with Dwayne.
He was sure that the vehicle was locked, so whoever accessed the vehicle had to have a key. So we knew that Samantha had a key, so the suspect would have the key from Samantha.
There are no surveillance cameras near the Koenig's house that can verify Dwayne's story, but there are plenty of businesses around the common grounds that have footage from last night. Where did Samantha go when she was taken from the coffee stand? Investigators get an answer from the Home Depot across the street.
We get the Home Depot video where you can actually see Samantha and the suspect, and the timing and the direction they walk left us no doubt that it was them.
They walk toward a vehicle parked in the distance.
You can't get the license plate, but you can get some details of that vehicle.
So you have video surveillance of the truck and you have video surveillance of the abductor.
What we were able to say was that it was a Chevrolet pickup truck. However, the model was typical. We found that there are about 700 of vehicles like that, just in Anchorage and the area. So we would go from one place to another and examine all the Chevrolet pickup trucks.
In the days that follow, Samantha's devastated father, James Koenig, is quick to get the word out. He wants the whole of Anchorage looking for his daughter.
I don't know if my daughter's being fed, if she's still alive, if she's getting any sleep.
The news has the whole city in a panic. Locals immediately fear the worst. The idea that a coffee stand girl could be dragged away during her shift sends a feeling of horror through the community. How can this happen? Jan tells me about seeing James Koenig on TV, pleading for the safe return of his daughter.
Just please help find my daughter.
It was like life had been deflated out of him. He was upset. He was just really sad. And, it broke my heart to see him on TV talking about his daughter, pleading for, to her to come home or for her to contact him.
It's an awful situation. What were you thinking about Samantha?
More than anything, I remember just being worried about her because it was very cold outside, very, very, very cold outside. And I remember, I hope that wherever she's at, she's warm and she's safe.
I asked Detective Slavomir Markowitz how he felt communicating with a father who was going through such trauma. That must have felt a little different for you because you can put yourself in the shoes of someone who's looking for their young daughter.
He would call me every day and ask, we are on first name basis. He would say, Slav, do you have anything for me? Do you have any new information? Is there anything, we can do?
Mm-hmm.
I saw how concerned he was. I thought I understood him, and I saw a very concerned father who was doing everything he could to bring his daughter back, to find his daughter.
How did the community respond?
A lot of public interest, a lot of people organizing, putting out flyers, raising a fund. It was a case like that I had never seen before in Alaska.
I'm on a very long road trip, and my husband is kind enough to do the driving so that I can work on this case. And we've spoken to Slavomir about the investigation into the disappearance of Samantha Koenig. Maybe you're thinking the same thing I am. Whoever abducted her does not sound like Israel Keyes. Israel has a very specific set of rules that he does not break, and those rules keep him safe. They keep him from being caught. The guy who abducted Samantha has done everything to break those rules. Samantha lives in Keyes' hometown. The abductor speaks to her before he abducts her, which we know Israel doesn't do, because you either are a friend or a potential victim, and once you've had even a small conversation, you become a friend and no longer can be a potential victim. He abducts her in a very public place. He puts her in his own vehicle, which is a no-no in his rules. You have to have your own vehicle in order to be a victim. He keeps her phone. He makes contact with her family. He goes to her truck and steals her credit card on her dad's property. That's traceable evidence. And we're talking in detail about the crime around the nation, or at least around Alaska at that point. It's a big news story. Everybody knows about it, and Israel doesn't like that usually. I am so curious to know why all these rules are being broken and which one of these incongruous decisions is the one that ultimately gets him caught. It's February 24th, 2012, 3 weeks since Samantha went missing. James Koenig and Samantha's boyfriend Dwayne, exhausted from their efforts to find her, are eating at the Golden Corral Grill when Dwayne's cell phone pings. It's a message from Samantha's phone. It reads, Connor Park sign under pic of Albert, ain't she purty? Connor Park is a dog walking spot near the airport. After weeks of appealing for some kind of lead, Dwayne and James have been gifted one. Within minutes, police are searching the park, and there, on the notice board, pinned beneath a poster for a missing dog named Albert, is a plastic envelope. Detective Markowitz can't believe his eyes.
So the officers took that note to the station, and it was shocking because there was a photo of Samantha.
What did you see? What were your thoughts of this photograph?
That was terrifying. There was a tape over the mouth. The person was bound, naked, helpless. Conveys horror, to conveys also full control of the kidnapper over her.
Ugh, how horrible.
The eyes were closed, her head was turned to the side. The hair of the person, of the female, had been braided. We knew from James that she had never had her hair braided, so that was very unusual. And the most important thing, or important part of it, in the upper part of the screen was the Anchorage Daily News newspaper, and you could see that it was the issue released on Monday, February 13th. So it would be almost 2 weeks after her abduction.
You know that you think she's alive then because you have this newspaper.
Yes, but no, we have our doubts.
The way Detective Markowitz describes this image of Samantha, it sounds like she's suffering, if she is in fact alive. And we know from his barbaric treatment of Mr. and Mrs. Courier just how depraved Israel Keyes is. So this callousness, this lack of humanity in taking this photograph, now that sounds like the Israel Keyes MO. Despite the worrying nature of the photograph, it's a massive turning point in the investigation. The kidnapper is demanding $30,000 to be paid into Samantha and Dwayne's joint account. There's no suggestion of when or how Samantha might be released, but he's presented a way for detectives to trace him.
The moment I saw that note and the ransom demand, I'm like, it's only a matter of time before we catch him. This is our big opportunity.
If the abductor uses Samantha's bank card in an ATM, the bank can alert Anchorage police to which machine he is using. Samantha's family agrees to deposit money from the reward fund into the joint account. But with no guarantee that Samantha will be returned, they decide not to give up the full $30,000 and instead transfer $5,000 as a gesture of good faith.
I was thinking, the moment he accesses an ATM, we'll get him. But then the reality set in. We talk to the bank and it takes a few minutes before they get the information, then before they relay it to us. And it was like a 15-minute time lapse.
Samantha's card is flagged at several machines across Anchorage, but each time the target is in and out before police can get to the scene. Then, 2 weeks after the ransom note appeared, an attempt to withdraw cash is made 4,000 miles away at a bank in Texas. Samantha's disappearance is now a federal case, and the hunt for her kidnapper goes nationwide. I want to find out what happens when the investigation leaves Anchorage, so FBI agent Deborah Rose picks up the story.
I was a special agent, and I was working out of the Dallas division, the Lufkin Resident Agency. Lufkin, Texas, small town in East Texas.
So it's March 12th, 2012. You're on shift. What happens?
I received a call from a lieutenant with the Texas Rangers, and he asked me, was I aware of the missing person from Anchorage, Alaska? The potential kidnapper was using a debit card, and the debit card had been used in the Anchorage, Alaska area, and then suddenly, weeks later, it was used in the lower 48, including in Texas.
Okay, so why is your department in Lufkin notified?
There was some indication that this person using this debit card was moving in a northward direction from Houston, potentially up a freeway or a highway that would lead them eventually to Lufkin.
Footage of the perpetrator has been pulled from an ATM camera, but he's wearing a disguise.
The man withdrawing money from the ATM machine had a makeshift mask. He was wearing what appeared to be shooting glasses of an amber color. In the background was a white vehicle.
And what kind of car was it?
It was a little white Ford Focus.
It's clearly not the vehicle that he used in Samantha's abduction. Given how far he is from Alaska, investigators suspect it's a rental car, but they can't make out the license plate.
Look in any of the major car rental companies, and they're full of white Ford Focuses.
So, what were your thoughts? Like, this is going to be slim?
Oh, it's a needle in a haystack. It's just a shot in the dark, really.
March 13th, 2012.
We received a call from a DPS trooper who said, as he drove by the Quality Inn in Lufkin, Texas, he looked over and there was a car matching the description of the car we were looking for. There was a white Ford Focus in the parking lot.
And did you think you'd hit the jackpot?
I have to admit, my thought was, there's no way, but let's just see. Let's just see who's in this car.
So my name's Brian Henry, a retired Texas Highway Patrol Sergeant. I worked for the Highway Patrol for 28 years.
So you spot this vehicle that matches the Bolo in a hotel parking lot. What's running through your head? Are you thinking this is likely the car?
Again, I ran it. It was a rental car. I mean, there's 10 million white Ford Focuses probably. Again, not really super hyped up about it.
And so this Focus pulls out of the lot. What do you do next?
I was in a center median or a crossover, and I watched him drive by, and I could see pretty well that it was a younger man. So he goes by, I turn around, he stops at a red light, and there's one car between me and him, and I've got the CID on the phone because I'm asking, hey, do y'all want me just to stop the car, or do I need to have a reason to stop the car? And so I'm telling him on the phone, hang on a minute, I think he's speeding. So sure enough, I checked him on radar and he's running 58 and a 55. And, you know, that's only 3 miles an hour, but it's speeding. I activate my lights and he pulled over immediately. So it wasn't a pursuit of any sort. He just, he pulled into a local restaurant.
Did you approach this car with more caution, given it could be a criminal?
I mean, my hand's on my gun. Until you see their hands, you know, you're a little cautious. I walked up to the car, introduced myself. We always ask for license and registration. My blood started pumping when he handed me a driver's license from Anchorage, Alaska. And you can count on one hand, probably in 28 years, how many Anchorage, Alaska driver's licenses that I ever had in my hand. So, yep, can't just be a coincidence.
You ask the driver for his driver's license. What is the name you see?
Israel Keys. Immediately asked him to get out of the car. Just looked like a normal person. And he never acted any different than you would think anyone else would. He wasn't nervous.
I love that you just said he wasn't nervous, because our research indicates that somebody of his makeup, with a psychopathic person, they actually don't get physically nervous when they're anticipating bad outcome. They can get nervous later when they are caught, but they're not nervous when they're anticipating it, which the rest of us are.
The whole time he never acted nervous, It's like, hey, mind if I use the phone? Can I call my brother? Tell him I'm gonna be late.
Within minutes of Israel Keys stepping out of the rental car, FBI agent Deborah Rose arrives at the scene.
He told me he had come because his sister was getting married, so he was there for the wedding. I asked him how he got from Alaska down to the lower 48, and he explained that he flew into Las Vegas, Nevada, and rented a car from there.
He's driven 1,400 miles from Las Vegas to Lufkin, so it's right in line with what we know about Israel Keys' MO. He gets a kick from driving long distances, reliving past crimes, and planning new ones. I wonder if he spent time thinking about Samantha on that long drive to Lufkin.
Anything else stand out about his personality? Because you're probably on edge too at this point. You're thinking, I might have the kidnapper of Samantha Koenig, and she might be alive.
He became uncooperative, not necessarily belligerent and certainly not combative, but not cooperative. One of us asked to look in his wallet and he told us no. I asked him for consent to take a look in his vehicle, and he also declined that.
That's suspicious.
If you get pulled over and you get asked about a missing girl from Alaska, and you have nothing to do with it, the average person would say, sure, I've got nothing to hide. Can I take a look in your car? Absolutely, no problem. The average Joe is going to be very cooperative. Israel Keys was not very cooperative.
If they let Keys go, he'll likely destroy any potential evidence connecting him to Samantha's kidnapping. So FBI agents assert their right to conduct a vehicle search without a warrant.
In the driver's door of the car, there's a big wad of cash with a rubber band or something holding it together, and there was red dye stains on some of that money. Also suspicious that this money could be loot from a bank robbery. We opened the trunk of the car, and we found in the trunk of the car what we believed to be that mask. We found the amber glasses that the person in the ATM video was wearing, which was, in my opinion, sufficient enough to place him under arrest.
So you don't necessarily know that he is kidnapped Samantha Koenig at this point, but you know he's the guy using her ATM card.
My exact words were, we've got our guy.
Israel Keys is arrested for the abduction of Samantha Koenig and taken to the Lufkin Police Department. A thorough search of his rental car reveals Samantha's cell phone and ATM card.
It's an incredible feeling that you start out the morning thinking, this is the longest shot ever. Is this even remotely possible? to, wow, how did this happen?
And you might save this girl.
See if we can find Samantha and return her to her family. Yeah, it was incredible.
Oh, I have chills.
With Israel Keys in handcuffs, Anchorage PD sends 2 of its investigators down to Texas, Monique Dahl and Jeff Bell.
We had high hopes when we got there that we were going to develop some information on that Samantha was still alive and where she might be.
So what does Keys say when you begin speaking with him?
He says that he wishes he could help us. He's familiar with the story, but he doesn't have any information about Samantha Koenig and her whereabouts. He has a very, very weak, laughable explanation for having the ATM card. He told us that he found it on the front seat of his truck while he was shopping at a grocery store in Anchorage. He had left his window down an inch. When he came back out of the store, the ATM card was laying on the seat of his truck. Somebody slipped it through the window, and they had scratched the PIN number on it for his use. And he said he just assumed it was a prior customer that owed him money, and that's how they were paying him, was giving this ATM card to him.
Being a relatively smart guy, that has to be the stupidest explanation I've ever heard.
Absolutely, and I guess that explanation for the ATM card, as smart as he was in all the crimes that he committed, just showed his lack of forethought about what he was going to say if he got caught.
We know that Keys loves planning ahead, and he's really good at it. So his implausible explanation for having Samantha's ATM card suggests he never even contemplated getting caught. So what point do you begin thinking that Keys is guilty of murder?
Or we probably didn't talk to him for more than 10 or 15 minutes. And when we left there, we both were very confident that Samantha was no longer living.
But without a body, the investigators have very little. Back in Anchorage, Detective Slavomir Markowitz receives the news that the suspect has been apprehended.
We've got a big break in the case, but at the same time, where is Samantha? You know, what's happened?
That was my question. Where is Samantha?
The first thing we do is we run Israel Keys and the name, and it doesn't tell us much. You know, no criminal record at all, not even a traffic citation. But we've got his address. We sent a few officers and detectives to the house where he lives.
Was there any sign of Samantha at the house?
There was no sign of Samantha and no evidence at that point. We have a crime scene team. We look for blood, we look for hair samples. We basically swab and throw fingerprint dust on everything we can.
While CSI comb the house for anything that might lead them to Samantha, detectives grill the homeowner. Kimberly, the woman who lives with Israel, is not under suspicion, but does she have any information that might help?
Like I said, you're not a suspect. You're not a person of interest. We do need to ask you some questions about yourself and about your boyfriend as well.
He's not my boyfriend anymore.
Okay, what? Did you guys break up?
Yeah, we haven't been. I just told him that he and his daughter could stay there till they finish the school year, but we broke up a long time ago.
How long had you guys been seeing each other?
About probably 5.5, 6 years, but I worked as a traveler, so didn't see him very often, like I was on the road a lot.
Gotcha, so you just kind of grew apart.
Yeah, well, once we were together, 9 to 5, it just wasn't.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Well, when you have to spend some time with somebody, sometimes they don't turn out to be the person that you thought they were.
Exactly.
I see you looking at this folder of this missing person, and I see you getting really upset.
I just want to know what's going on. There's no way Izzy would ever have anything to do with a missing girl. There's just no way.
I can tell you that I have reason to believe that Israel knows something about it. And I can also tell you that I have reason to believe that you haven't been completely forthright with me here.
I am totally being honest. I don't even know. I don't know what you think I'm not being forthright about.
It's uncomfortable listening because the detective clearly thinks that Kimberly knows something about Israel Keys' criminal life. I mean, how could she not know something? She lives with him. On the other side of the desk, Kimberly thinks they have the wrong guy. Because there's no way the Israel Keys who she lives with would abduct a teenage girl.
I honestly, no way, like, he would hurt anybody or have anything to do with a missing person. There's just no way. I mean, how could I know for that long? And I mean, like, there's just no way. It's just really frustrating. I don't know what's going on.
Of course, neither of them actually knows Israel Keys. The Israel Keys who's dedicated his life to maintaining two separate personas. Investigators in Anchorage can find no further clues as to Samantha's whereabouts, and with every character witness doubting that good guy Keys could possibly be involved, they are going around in circles once more. Then, 3 weeks after his arrest, Keys decides he wants to talk.
You understand now, I could tell us everything, but the one thing I do need to know before I leave here today is how you killed her.
I mean, it doesn't really matter how it happened. I'm saying that, yes, I was responsible.
You were responsible?
For her being deceased at this moment, yes.
So you killed her?
Yes.
Even though we expect it, it's still striking to hear how little compassion or emotion Keys displays when confessing to the murder of an innocent teenager.
I'll tell everything you want to know. I'll give it blow by blow if you want.
There's so much about this crime that strikes me as inconsistent with the patterns Israel Keys has established. And he gets caught after ditching his tried and tested methods. So, did his arrogance get the better of him? Or did his urges become uncontrollable? Previously on Mind of a Monster, the cross-country killer.
You see fear in her eyes. You see her arms raised. Then suddenly you see a person jumping through the window.
From ID and Arrow Media, I'm criminal psychologist Dr. Michelle Ward, and this is Mind of a Monster, the cross-country killer. Chapter 5, Confessions.
Our exact words were, "We've got our guy."
Israel Keys is a deadly predator who strikes from the shadows, brutalizes and butchers his victims, and then covers his tracks so efficiently that no one knows he's out there getting away with it.
He might be a little weird, but he was just always so polite. It's kind of like a Jekyll Hyde type.
He says that he wishes he could help us, but he doesn't have any information about Samantha Koenig.
It's March 30th, 2012, and Israel Keys has spent over 2 weeks in custody. The investigation into missing 18-year-old Samantha Koenig is nationwide news, but Anchorage PD has so far drawn a blank, and Keys denies any knowledge of her abduction. The only charge investigators can throw at him is the illegal use of her ATM card, until he makes a shocking announcement. He's ready to talk.
Okay, Israel, I know you've been advised of your rights several times. I tell you that anything that you say today can and will be used against you.
I've been digging into the FBI interviews with Israel Keys, rearranging those 40 hours of confessions into a chronology of his life. But in this chapter, we're going to focus on the very first time Keys sits down with a room full of investigators and goes on the record.
I don't know. I'll tell that whole story, but I might not tell it right now.
Is there a reason you don't want to tell it now?
Yeah.
Can you tell us what that is?
I already know who I want to tell that story to. What's her name? Mickey? The lead detective?
So you want to tell Mickey, Detective Dahl?
I'll tell her the rest of the details.
In other words,
if you wanna know all of them.
Why you specifically want to tell her?
Because that's the way I am.
From the very first meeting, Israel Keys asserts control. He demands to speak to a female detective, and he says, maybe I'll tell you, maybe I won't. And what he's exercising here is his final bit of power. He has something that everybody else in the room wants. It's information that only he has. And he's going to enjoy it because he knows it's the last opportunity in his life to exert some power and control. so he's not going to tell the whole story until Detective Dahl is present, but he will answer some of their questions. One of the investigators who is in the room with Keyes is Anchorage PD homicide detective Jeff Bell. I ask him what the mood is like among the attorneys and investigators.
We're all very excited that we actually are going to get an opportunity to talk to Israel Keyes. I was in shock that his attorney was going to let him talk to us, first of all. We were shocked that he was sitting down with us and that he was going to tell us what happened to Samantha.
We understand you're not going to tell us everything, but the one thing I do need to know before I leave here today is how you killed her.
Why?
Well, that's one of the things we agreed when we came back, right?
I mean, it doesn't really matter how it happened. I'm saying that, yes, I was responsible.
So you were responsible for what? I need you to tell me.
For her being deceased at this moment, yes.
So you killed her?
Yes.
So, Israel's been tight-lipped since his arrest. Why the sudden change of heart?
That's a good question, and we never really got to that. And I do think he understood that we were going to ultimately find out he was responsible for the kidnapping and probable death of Samantha because of the mass amount of evidence that he had on his computer and physical evidence at his house. But I also think that he, in some way, wanted to tell that story.
Well, maybe just to start, I think everybody really wants to know where her body is.
Keyes requests a map and then points to a spot in the middle of Matanuska Lake, 40 miles east of Anchorage.
So what are they going to find when they go out there?
Ice fishing spot. It's about 40 feet deep.
Was it a hole that you cut, or was the hole there?
No, it was a hole I cut.
I cannot imagine how harrowing it is to be tasked with recovering the body of a missing young girl. So I'm going to talk with the FBI agent in charge, Bobby Chacon.
I was on the 405 freeway heading home to Long Beach. Los Angeles traffic is really horrendous on a Friday. And I got a call from my program manager at Quantico. And he said, I need you in Alaska, and I need you there now.
Tell me what you learn as you're driving home in traffic.
There was a 18-year-old girl missing, and they had arrested somebody in Texas that was believed to have abducted and murdered her. They said he gave up the location where the girl is. And she's in a lake. She's at the bottom of a lake north of Anchorage.
You have an 18-year-old girl's body to recover. How much is that playing on your mind?
I'm flying up there, and I was just going over the plan in my head. The fact that we were going to recover an 18-year-old girl who had been murdered, it doesn't play into your head at that point in time because, we have a job to do. I get into Anchorage myself on Sunday, and once we got everybody together, we got a briefing by the evidence response team leader at the Anchorage field office. It was really at that time that they first told us that Samantha had been dismembered and cut into 5 pieces.
We know Keyes is remorseless, practical, and highly skilled. So although the thought of him dismembering Samantha is awful, I'm not shocked. We don't know whether it was something he had done before, but I suspect it was, and I suspect he did it for practical purposes rather than pleasure. If he's transporting a body and he doesn't want to attract attention, then these are the lengths he will go to do it. Monday, April 2nd, 2012, the FBI dive team leaves Anchorage, traveling inward toward Matanuska Lake.
There are snow-capped mountains in the distance. It's the most bluest sky day you can think. It's sunny. I had never been up there before. I had seen it on TV, sure, but boy, when you see it for the first time in person, it's like you're living in a National Geographic scene.
As you're driving to the lake, what are you hoping to find?
As gruesome as it might sound, we're hoping to find Samantha at the bottom of that lake, and not for any other reason other than to, let her family go on and process what has happened. Because if we don't find her, they're not going to know. It could still be a horrific ending, but they're not going to know that.
Bobby's team reaches the lakeside and heads out on snowmobiles across the frozen water.
Israel had said that when he disposed of Samantha in the lake, he did what is very common up there, is ice fishing at that time of year. And to ice fish, what they do is they use a sled, they bring all their gear out to a certain point on the lake, they set up a little kind of pop-up tent, and then they drill a hole. And so they sit in there in their little tents and they fish. And so that's what he did, except in the sled he had, pieces of Samantha wrapped up and weighted down with like fishing line and weights.
The FBI locates the fishing hole that Israel used to sink Samantha's body to the bottom of the lake. And Bobby Chacon sends a robot-mounted camera into the ice-cold depths.
That's when, for the first time, it's clear we see a human foot in front of the picture.
Samantha's body is exactly where Israel Keyes described.
And so when we got Samantha to the surface, as is our normal practice, we had a moment of silence. Everybody does whatever they do, whatever their faith is or whatever they do don't do. It's just a moment of silence. I often say this, I have to prepare our divers. I said, look, when we have a really good day, someone else is going to have a really bad day.
With the body identified, head of the investigation, Detective Slavomir Markowitz, has the unenviable task of informing Samantha's father.
I called and asked him if he's at home, if I can visit him.
You'd been with him, hoping with him, alongside him the entire time.
Yes. I never lost hope that we would find her.
And now you have to tell James that hope is gone.
FBI heard they had a victim liaison coordinator, an FBI agent that went with me. We entered, we sat down with him, and then I told him, I'm sorry, James, we found Samantha's remains, and she's dead. And then we told him we have a suspect. He confessed, he's going to be charged. But, that's not much help. Of course, it's a big thing for survivors, to know that there is someone in custody, but it still, doesn't bring Samantha back.
Ugh, this is the first time I've gotten emotional this entire time.
It was with a very heavy heart, and there is really not much more you can say, but I think, there's no other case that touched me like this did.
The way Israel Keyes hides Samantha's body in a frozen lake bears some consistency with his established patterns. But the distances covered are far less than his other murders. Everything happens close to home, most notably the abduction itself. I want to know why.
You're going to get the abridged version. What does that mean?
At Israel Keyes' request, Detective Dahl is now present. But Israel has another complaint.
I'm gonna leave out some stuff. There's too many people in here. So some of the stuff is very personal. I don't feel comfortable with telling it to a lot of people.
Well, why don't we do this? Let's start, and we'll see where we end up, okay?
When did you first meet Samantha Coney?
Never met her. Never even seen her before.
So why did you go to the Common Grounds coffee shop on that night at that time?
Because they were open late.
Although Keyes sounds flippant, he's most likely being honest. It's in keeping with his MO that he had never seen Samantha before, and that he chose the coffee stand ahead of time.
I had my police scanner on, and I had it in my ear, and there was something else going on the other side of town, so I knew there weren't going to be any cops in that area. There wasn't a lot of traffic. It was starting to snow.
When you went in there to the Common Grounds coffee stand, did you intended to take her?
No, I was open at that point. Because I didn't know who was going to be there. I mean, I was pretty determined that I was at least going to rob the place. Honestly, it was
kind of like a spur of the moment thing, the way it happened. When I robbed her, she was, very cooperative, and I don't know, I just, even, I guess you could say against my judgment, I just kept going with it, even though I had already told myself that if whoever was there didn't have a car, then I wasn't going to do anything more than rob them and tie them up.
He uses the words against my judgment and I told myself. So he's in conflict with himself from the start. Part of him wants to stick to a plan and not deviate from his trusted practices. She doesn't have a car parked outside, so he shouldn't abduct her. But he overrules the part of him saying stop. The plan was a robbery, but in the moment, he changes the plan.
I was just on a real adrenaline rush. I thought I could just walk her right down the street. There were people standing right in front of my truck. I think I kind of had her pinned against the door, and like I say, there were people. I had the 22, and I think she knew right then that I was serious, because I told her, I said, I don't want to hurt you, but this 22 is loaded, though. Don't make me.
Keyes points out that there are potential witnesses to the abduction at various points throughout the night, something he has previously been so careful to avoid.
I had never done anything that brazen before.
This offers a clue as to why Keyes breaks his pattern and takes a victim right near his home. Was he no longer getting the excitement he craved from his established way of doing things? I asked Detective Bell what he thinks. Why do you think he took those risks? Because they're different from his other crimes.
Well, what makes this crime stand out is the public nature of the scene in which he took Samantha from. The coffee stand itself is on probably one of the top 2 or 3 busiest roadways in Anchorage. Even though it was obscured from the road by snow, Israel took huge risk in thinking that he's going to be able to walk across the street, abduct somebody, escort her across the street through the parking lot of a busy restaurant at that time of night, which is where he parked his truck. So the risk was tremendous, but I also think that the risk was part of his adrenaline rush that he got by committing these crimes.
Right. I think you're absolutely right.
Yeah, remember, risk was his cocaine.
Escalation is a pattern we see in many serial killers. The need for greater stimulation more frequently. Like an addict, Keyes needs to keep increasing the dose of his hit to experience the same high.
So you sent the text messages?
Yeah.
There was one to her employer?
Yep.
And to her boyfriend?
Yeah, I guess.
Anyone else?
No. After that, I pulled the battery out of the phone. Can't track it, as far as I know.
Why not just shut it off?
I'm paranoid.
So after that, where did you take Samantha?
I think that was the last thing I did before I went to my house.
The first significant decision Keyes ever made 14 years prior was to become 2 separate people. Also, the killer must never have any connection to the victim. But with Samantha, he completely loses sight of this and loses control. He's now creating all of these connections, taking her in his car, using her phone to text her boyfriend. And in the most surprising break from his previous patterns of behavior, Keyes drives around Anchorage for a while before deciding to take Samantha home. While ex-girlfriend Kimberly and his 10-year-old daughter sleep inside the house, Keyes ties up his victim in his shed.
He did not, put anything in her mouth or any type of gag on her. He just instructed her that if anybody, the police were called to his location, that he would hurt her family. He assured her that this was just a ransom thing, and once he got money, he was going to let her go. Then he left, and he went to pick up her ATM card and her ID from the truck at her home. So he left her multiple times alone, where he believed that he had convinced her that as long as she did what he said, that she would ultimately end up being okay.
That's so sad. So Samantha is keeping quiet, while just yards away, Keys' ex-girlfriend is asleep. A woman who is the very antithesis of dangerous. She's a healthcare worker with a normal social life and who in this moment is babysitting Keys' daughter. It's so horribly tragic to picture. The three of them so close to each other and yet totally unaware. Each of them, to varying degrees, a victim of Keys' manipulations. I want to hear from the former girlfriend, Kimberly, again.
When was the last time you were in the shed?
He's always had it locked. He built it when we rented a place downtown on 12th Ave, and he's always had it locked.
What's he keeping there?
I think tools and stuff.
Even though it's your house, he doesn't give you a key?
Mm-mm.
You ever been in the shed?
Yeah, like a long time ago. And there were like just tools and screws and nails and stuff like that, but that was a long time ago.
It's easy to imagine that if we were in Kimberly's shoes, that we would know, that we wouldn't be fooled. But we have to remember that most of the time, Keys isn't a serial killer. He's a respected handyman, a good father, a talented outdoorsman, and he's very, very good at hiding his dark side. The only person who knows he's a serial killer is Israel Keys himself. Detective Bell questioned Keys about his relationship with Kimberly.
He said that the reason she was ideal for him doing what he did was they had separate lives, essentially. They vacationed separately. She wasn't into his business. He wasn't into hers. He didn't ask her questions. She didn't ask him. And I'm assuming that's why he felt comfortable having Samantha out there and sexually assaulting and killing her while they're sleeping inside literally 30 feet away.
And just like with the courier story, Keys has perfect recall of all the details. Details that include the horrendous moments he brutalizes and murders Samantha.
I took a 36-inch cable tie and I put it around her neck.
Samantha doesn't scream for help. She's hopeful that her kidnapper is telling the truth, and that once he has the ransom money, he will release her.
Unscrewed the rope from the wall and had her lay down on the floor on the mat, and took 2 more pieces of rope.
Israel's giving you all of these details. How is he presenting them to you?
He was very matter of fact about what he did to Samantha. He was very detailed and unapologetic about what he had done, and was telling us the murder and sexual assault of somebody like he was telling a story.
She knew at that point. She said, please don't rape me. And I put my head right up to her ear and I said, you knew this was coming. And she started to nod and she started to cry a little bit. Then after it was over, she was, she was, I don't know, I guess you'd say she was resigned at that point. And she started asking me if I was going to kill her.
There's much more to Keys' description of Samantha's death. It's both dreadful and banal. But I want to replay something he said at the start of the interview.
Some of the stuff is very personal. I don't feel comfortable with telling it to a lot of people. You're going to get the abridged version.
Keys tells the investigators that he's going to leave out the more personal details. But what did he leave out? He goes into a second-by-second replay of exactly what he did to Samantha. And I wonder whether his intention to hold back can't be upheld because the excitement of reliving his crime becomes too much. I speak with investigative journalist Josh Hallmark.
Do you think he enjoyed reliving some of these crimes, sharing them? He says at one point, I don't want to share these, but do you buy that?
He says 2 things. He says, I don't want anyone to know about any of this. And then I think in that same interview, he says, I've never gotten to talk about this stuff before.
Feels weird to talk about it.
And so I think it's the internal conflict of I want my victims to just be mine, but also I've never been able to talk about this with anyone, and I finally get to. It's fascinating.
He says he's going to give an edited version, but then he doesn't.
He's talking about things he's never gotten to talk about. He's getting excited. He's reliving the experience. He's getting to brag. He's getting to, be the boogeyman he's always wanted to be. And I think he starts talking too much and then immediately regrets it.
I agree. And I think this failure to control what he's saying in the interview room is actually just an artifact of his impulsivity getting the better of him.
Once he's in the high is when he loses control. And we see that time and time again. I think with the couriers, he lost control multiple times. He screwed up big time with Samantha. That got him arrested because he was just out of his mind.
How long did it take you to die?
It was taking a while. And I remember thinking, I still have to shower. I had to make sure all the bags were packed and could even fed the dogs.
And here's the final, utterly grotesque detail about that night. Within minutes of killing Samantha, Keyes is waking up his daughter to take an early morning flight. They're going on vacation.
What was your plan? You were getting on a plane, and your body was in your shed. What were you thinking?
I was thinking it was 20 degrees outside and I didn't have anything to worry about. She was on the tarp and on the foam mattress sleeping bag, and I wrapped it all around her and then opened up the lower cabinets and put her inside.
The two separate personas that Israel Keyes has spent years cultivating seem to be almost converging. Israel the serial killer is switching into Israel the family man like that. One moment the serial killer's wrapping up Samantha's body in a tarp, then seconds later the father is making sure his daughter has packed her luggage. Josh Hallmark and I talk about why things unraveled in such an extreme way.
I think it's because, A, he was losing control. The ability to sustain the high for long periods of time, as you mentioned, was waning. All of a sudden, had his daughter living with him full time. He was broke, so he couldn't travel as much. His girlfriend had just left him.
And he's drinking, right?
Kimberly had said that was one of the reasons that she broke up with him, is he wasn't working anymore. He was sitting around drinking and playing video games all day. His behavior was becoming erratic. And that was in such contrast to the life she was living as a medical professional who was white collar and traveling and had a strong community and great friends and owned her home. And yeah.
So those factors you're mentioning are incredibly important because his life is falling apart.
He just had no more control. And so I think he went crazy.
When Keyes was later asked whether he identified with any of the serial killers he had read so much about, he had something pertinent to say about Ted Bundy.
He was able to separate two different aspects, or whatever you want to call his personality. And I know that in the last few years, he had a really hard time controlling himself and separating his two lives, if you want to call it that.
He's talking about Bundy, but he could be talking about himself. Depression, drinking, and his changing family dynamic are certainly factors that explain Keyes' loss of control. But I think something else acted as a trigger for this particular night of recklessness. He's going on vacation. He's taking a cruise with his 10-year-old daughter, and unlike previous trips, he knows he won't have the opportunity to murder. So he has this uncontrollable urge to do something before they leave. With Israel Keyes taking a family vacation while the body of a murdered teenage girl lies in his shed, it sounds like he has spiraled completely out of control. I want to speak with someone who was in actual contact with him during this period, a loyal customer of Keyes Construction.
My name is Georgia Berry, and I'm just a few days ago turned 77. And I moved to Anchorage in 2000 to teach at Bartlett High School.
How did you end up connecting with Israel Keyes?
I was looking for kind of a carpenter handyman. And I called the couple, and he's the one that showed up.
Did he seem normal to you?
Yeah, he did outstanding work. He was reasonably priced, and he was hard worker. I mean, he didn't take breaks or anything. He just worked on through till he got it done.
Did you trust him?
Yeah. He did fantastic job. He was very good at what he did, and I believe he definitely took pride in it.
What was the last conversation you had with him?
I may have just texted him, can't remember now. Got a window, and I'm wondering if you've got some free time that you can come and work on it. You've worked for me before. And his basic answer that I remember was, well, I'm on vacation right now, and I'll be returning home in a week or two, and I'll contact you when I get back. I says, okay, great.
Even though he appears to be falling apart, Keyes is still holding together this double life. Did it make sense to you that your handyman was a killer?
No, not at all. I could not believe it. I could not believe it at all. I was in total shock. I didn't feel any aggression or anything. It was kind of a quiet, shy, maybe a bit of an introvert type.
The people who know the good side of Keyes have no sense at all that his mask is slipping. On February 17, 2012, Israel Keyes gets back from his vacation. The body of Samantha Koenig is still in his shed, frozen from the Alaskan winter air. Her disappearance has been big news for nearly 3 weeks, but the finger of suspicion points elsewhere. If Keyes disposes of the evidence now, he will surely get away with murder. But he doesn't. Instead, he decides to fake a ransom note. In order to make it look authentic, he thaws out Samantha's frozen body so he can take a supposed proof of life photograph. Once again, he goes into painful detail.
I have a lot of work to do, trying to figure out how I was going to position things, trying to make it look like she was still alive. Biggest problem I had was with her face. I think I used 2 or 3 tubes of foundation, and then after that I had to go over it with a couple other colors in different areas, because at first it just looked like she was painted. Well, I had to add in some red and different stuff, different places.
He braids her hair the way he used to do to his sister's hair back in the woods of his childhood. But her eyelids won't stay open, so he stitches them in place.
So I think I took about 5 or 6 pictures before I finally had one that only showed what I wanted.
Satisfied with the photo, he finally disposes of Samantha's body. There's no evidence that Keyes ever interacted with the bodies of his other victims after he killed them. He certainly didn't talk about it. So why go to this much trouble? I'm not sure at this point whether he's still extending the high from committing the crime, or if he's actually so desperate for money that this seems like a legitimate opportunity. But there's something else at play that adds a new dimension to the way Keyes experiences his crime.
It was all over the news. He said most of the crimes he committed prior to the Couriers was barely a blip, if any, about what he had done. So I don't think it bothered him to tell the Couriers. I think he was fine with being the only one that knew what he did. And then he found out how much adrenaline he got from a lot of people knowing.
Whilst the family of Samantha are hopeful that she'll be found alive, the police keep searching for clues and reasons she was taken from the common grounds.
I gotta keep my spirits up and know that my heart still feels her and she'll be here.
Keyes admitted that he got a kick out of following the news of the Courier's disappearance. And Samantha Koenig's abduction is much bigger. It's more dramatic, and it's happening right on his doorstep.
He described the police officers in Anchorage, us, as ants in a frying pan, like trying to figure out what he did, and he got an overwhelming response from him. I mean, he just loved the fact that we were throwing mud at the wall trying to figure anything, and we had nothing.
So, was Keyes addicted to the news cycle, or had he simply lost control? I think he's at the point where every action he takes, he justifies in his head as right and rational. When he starts using Samantha's ATM card, he's not thinking he might get caught, because nothing he's done up to this point has ended in his capture. So why would this? How did Keyes' continued use of the ATM card help the investigation along?
It's what solved the crime. I mean, there's no doubt it's what got him caught.
Were you surprised to learn that this guy was Samantha's killer?
I can tell you that nobody in that investigation thought a serial killer had taken Samantha Koenig, cut her body up, and put her in a lake out in the Matsu Valley.
April 3rd, 2012, news breaks that Samantha Koenig's body has been found, and her killer is behind bars. But as we know, this is just the start of Keyes' confessions. As he himself says, he has lots more stories to tell.
Well, okay, that's it. Here's the deal. I know what you have because I know you have the computer. I know as time goes by, the longer I'm in the system, the longer the investigation goes on, you're going to keep finding things. You're going to start to connect dots. I'm only going to give you the dots that I know you're going to eventually connect.
You're a smart guy. I get it. I get it.
But I'm not going to talk about those things unless I'm going to get what I want.
I want to know what happens in that interview room after Keyes tells investigators that he's a serial killer. And Detective Jeff Bell was present at every meeting.
I don't think any of us thought we were going to be talking to him, 47 times or however it ended up.
In this room is a very interesting symbiotic relationship happening. You guys want something from Israel Keyes, and he wants something from you.
Simply put, the information that we wanted from Israel Keyes was who he killed and where. What Israel Keyes wanted in return was the death penalty.
I want an execution date. I want this whole thing wrapped up and over with as soon as possible.
And he wanted it within a year, which we all know is impossible.
The two sides find themselves in a holding pattern. Keyes doesn't want to give away his secrets without an execution date. As the attorneys try to work out some way of satisfying his request, the investigators engage him in conversation, each time hoping that something new slips out.
First of all, do I get a cigar today?
If it would help.
It will help.
And so, Keyes trades a bit of his childhood history for a good cigar. Details of the Courier murders for a Snickers bar.
I can tell you that sometimes we didn't really have a plan of what we were going to talk about, but there was a process in talking to him. He would be transported to the FBI building, and we would get him a Americano ready for him every time.
Sometimes he discloses other crimes he got away with.
Honestly, I've always kind of thought of myself as more the bank robber type, because I can get the same adrenaline rush off of that kind of thing. The bank robberies were more of a challenge, because it was, not like you can do one and not be noticed.
But other times, Israel and the investigators just talk.
Like I say, I shot a couple deer with the other guns. I started doing a conventional way.
Are you talking blacktails or whitetails? Or mule deer?
Well, we had
all three.
We had all three in Eastern Washington, but it was mostly whitetails. You gotta bring me up on poaching charges.
I mean, I get a lot of questions about that, why we kind of catered to him in that. I mean, he was in charge, and I'm not...
You had to cater to him.
I'm not going to sit here and tell you that we were in charge and that we pried out all this information out of him. We got the information we got because we were able to build a rapport and a trust with him that he gave us the information that he was comfortable giving us. And I think if we played hardball and done things differently, we wouldn't have even got what we got. And so I feel like we did it the way we had to do it.
This approach is likely the best course of action for the investigators. Israel Keyes does hold all the cards, and he's a psychopath, so there's no point trying to appeal to his emotions or morals. He will take the full knowledge of his crimes to the grave, unless there's something in it for him. So the investigators have to exploit the fact that he relishes in reliving those moments and enjoys having an audience for it.
How did you feel having to forge this relationship with a serial killer?
I felt disgusting a lot of times, after the interviews. I remember going to the poor girl who was transcribing, because all the interviews were transcribed afterwards. And I went up to her and I said, I just want you to know that that's not me. I'm not that person. I don't think that what he's saying is funny.
You had to play the game.
I want her to know that that's not how I was.
Keyes takes pleasure in sharing the things he's done, but it doesn't last.
I feel like that changed for him because he felt a sense of loss after telling the story to someone else. Part of his psyche and his motivation for doing what he did was he's the only one who knew he was doing it. And once he told us the details of what he did, he lost the sense of that information. And I think he felt like he lost that victim as his.
It lost its power for him because he shared it.
That's right.
This is very consistent with his behavior. Any high he gets from reliving his stories quickly dissipates, and he no longer gets any satisfaction from it. May 23, 2012, Anchorage Federal Courthouse. Serial killer Israel Keyes appears in court for a preliminary hearing.
James Koenig was going to be there. We knew that James Koenig was extremely upset, and so we asked the marshals and the Department of Corrections to keep an eye on him.
This is a big deal in Anchorage, so this courtroom's got to be packed.
Yeah, absolutely packed.
Israel Keyes sits on the opposite side of the courtroom in leg irons.
He's not in handcuffs, right? Because you don't want to give the appearance that he's guilty or restrained.
But what nobody realizes is that Keyes has prepared for his appearance by secretly snapping his only restraint, the chain that binds his ankles.
There was a very pretty young gal, I didn't know who she was at the time, sitting, probably 8 or 10 chairs to my right by herself, kind of in an area. And he was just staring at her, and at the time I thought for sure he was sexually aroused or aroused in some way by her, how pretty she was. That's what I thought. And so I eventually got up and moved, and I sat right in front of her so that he couldn't see her, or at least he'd have to look at me to see her.
It's at this moment when Israel Keyes breaks free from his restraints. The chaos is captured by local journalists.
He jumped up from his seat, and there's about a 3-foot pony wall in front of where spectators sit and where he's at, and he jumped that wall. A marshal, he got a hold of one of his legs and he essentially fell and ran into my arms, And so we ended up on the ground right there with this marshal. And then, of course, the marshals swarm him and they tase him and get him back in custody and haul him out of there.
So how on earth did he break free?
He's waiting to go to court, is able to work a grommet. Like, he's literally got the chain on the leg irons and he is just doing that. I mean, can you think about that? How many millions of times he's sitting there for 2 or 3 hours just moving that little grommet until he gets it to come out. He wore the metal off of it. They give him a sandwich which has cellophane on it. And then he takes the cellophane and he ties the chain back to the other cuff so that it looks like that they're connected and he's got the leg irons on.
Oh, so he's clever. What did you say to him after you caught him?
I said, do you really think you're going to get away? And he said, well, what do I got to lose? If I had 1% chance, why not take it?
It's a scene that reminds us just how resourceful, how patient, and how determined Keyes can be. How he has spent 34 years sharpening his survival skills. And it's a stark warning to those in charge of keeping an eye on him. Previously on Mind of a Monster, the cross-country killer.
I could not believe it. I was in total shock. He was a shy, introvert type.
From ID and Arrow Media, I'm criminal psychologist Dr. Michelle Ward, and this is Mind of a Monster, the cross-country killer. Chapter 6, 11 Skulls.
I was just on a real adrenaline rush. I had never done anything that brazen before.
Once he's in the high is when he loses control. And he screwed up big time with Samantha. That got him arrested because he was just out of his mind.
I know the longer the investigation goes on, you're going to keep finding things. I'm not going to talk about those things unless I'm going to get what I want.
The information that we wanted from Israel Keys was who he killed and where. What Israel Keys wanted in return was the death penalty.
I want an execution date. I want this whole thing wrapped up and over with.
And he wanted it within a year, which we all know is impossible.
October 2012. It's been 7 months since the FBI started questioning serial killer Israel Keys about his trail of unsolved murders, and revelations have dried up. Every new interview proves less and less fruitful.
It's Officer Bell, APD. I'm going on tape.
All right, well, today you're going to spice it up for us, right? Yeah. All right. You want to make it a good day?
No.
All right, well, let's do the...
We'll do the usual. All right. You have the right to remain silent.
For the next 2 months, Keys continues to meet with the FBI, but says nothing more about unsolved murders. December 1st, 2012. In the Anchorage jail complex, Keys gets ready for his 263rd night behind bars. Detective Jeff Bell knows the serial killer's movements better than anyone.
The Department of Corrections had intercepted a letter that he had written to his family members. It essentially insinuates that he may kill himself. And so he was put on suicide watch. They actually bought him an electric razor because of his suicide potential, and they had a note on his cell door that said, "Do not give this person a disposable razor."
But on the night of December 1st, Keys is given a disposable razor for his daily shower.
I don't know if you know how they do it in jail, but when the men enter the shower, they get given a big disposable single blade. When they leave the shower, they hand it back to the CO who's there, who's supposed to inspect it to make sure that the blade is still in it.
Somehow, Keys keeps hold of the razor and returns to his cell. December 2nd, at 5:57 a.m., prison guards find Israel Keys dead in his cell.
He had carved a whole $half size hole in each of his wrists, and he had saved his milk cartons from who knows how long, a few days, and he had those lined up on the inside of his bed, and he was essentially just draining the blood out of his wrists into those pint cartons so that they wouldn't go on the floor.
Not leaving anything to chance, Keys also uses his bedsheet to strangle himself.
It really was, for us as investigators, a terrible thing, and very frustrating, and upset with the Department of Corrections at the time.
He's one of those that I would want somebody watching 24 hours a day, because he is so valuable at that point. Investigators are called in to examine Keys' cell, and they find one last message.
When we rolled him over, we found, wadded up in a ball in his hands, 2 pieces of paper, and so we were hopeful it was a confession and a list of names.
In order to read Keys' final words, CSI specialists must carefully remove the blood.
And really all it was a bunch of mumbo jumbo. There are some real things that he talks about in there, the couriers, but because I don't know about the other stories, I can't tell if any of that other mumbo jumbo is about other victims. I think that he thinks it's really funny that he was able to kill himself and make us think he was going to confess.
Do you remember the last time you spoke with him?
The last time I transported him back to jail, I said, "We'll talk next time." He said, "Yeah, okay," and he kind of gave me his laugh. He knew that he was not going to be coming back, and he got the last laugh.
The disappointment of the investigators is trumped by that of the families of Keyes' 3 victims. There will be no day in court and no sense that justice is done. While Israel Keyes' own shattered family is left to try to make sense of what happened and figure out how to get on with the rest of their lives. I wonder if Keyes' final act was inspired by the realization that he had no real control over his fate, that his attempts to leverage an early death penalty were destined to fail. Why do you think Israel killed himself?
Well, I believe that he knew he was going to be a spectacle, that he was not going to get his death penalty in the time frame that he wanted. And I think that the type of person he was not someone who was going to do well in the environment of an isolation cell inside.
For investigators handling the interviews, Israel Keyes' suicide is a catastrophe. There will be no new information on unsolved cases, and no more of his secret life will be brought out into the open.
Israel Keyes, the serial killer, was found dead at the Anchorage Correctional Complex on Sunday morning. Samantha Koenig's father said he was disappointed Keyes won't stand trial for the murder of his 18-year-old daughter, whom Keyes admitted to killing.
I'm curious about how this breaking news hit Anchorage residents who knew Keyes, so I asked Jan Alton, who had served him at the hardware store.
Samantha didn't get the justice that she deserved. And I hope that when he committed suicide, I hope that it was a long, painful death, because that's what happened to her. He put that girl through stuff that nobody deserves to go through. The pain that she put her daddy through, her friends through, her family, her coworkers. Nobody deserves that.
Here's Jim Thompson, who worked with Keyes in Nia Bay and is also the cousin of Keyes' ex-girlfriend, Tammy. What was your reaction to that news?
Angry. Just the sense of justice for me it made me angry. The attitude he had in his interviews, kind of the flippant nature of how he talked about the people, his victims. What a coward. You go through life deceiving everybody you're close to, manipulating people, killing people, and now that you're caught, you're just done. You coward.
The blood-soaked suicide note taken from Israel Keyes' dead hand offers nothing to the investigation. But the FBI has another mysterious message taken from Keyes' cell prior to his death. 12 pictures, hand-drawn on paper in his own blood, 11 human skulls, and a satanic goat head inside an inverted pentagram. Is this a final hint to the number of victims Keyes killed?
Put a figure on it for me.
This is between the people right here in this room about other bodies that we want to find, okay?
I don't know. That depends on what you're counting, but...
Throw out a percentage, you're a smart guy.
I already told you less than a dozen. That's a pretty good percentage.
During the interviews, Keyes hints that the number of his victims is fewer than a dozen. So, do the 11 skulls represent 11 victims? He confesses to 3 by name, Samantha Koenig and Bill and Lorraine Courier. But who are the others? The FBI is determined to give names to the predator's anonymous victims. But it's an uphill task. In 2013, the official number of missing persons in the U.S. stands just shy of 628,000. And these are just the cases that are officially recorded. There's no unofficial record of people unfortunate enough to disappear without anyone raising an alarm. Keyes claims most of his murders didn't attract attention. But did he let anything slip during the FBI interviews that could lead to the identification of other victims? Investigators dissect the 40 hours of recordings for something they may have missed.
I mean, there are a lot of missing people in those places.
I said there aren't any more bodies in Vermont.
How long does a body last in a freshwater lake?
We've always made the assumption that there were 2 Washington victims.
You guys know about Lake Crescent in Washington?
And that's the lake.
That's one of the lakes.
I thought there were 2 bodies.
I thought there were 2 bodies in Washington, 2 different times.
Right. I hit somebody in the head, so.
Was there a struggle and you get them and they died, or what did you mean?
Can you give me a state that we could throw out there?
No, I'm not gonna talk about anything.
We know that Keyes struggled to hold back details once he began reliving his murders. But he's remarkably adept at holding on to information that his interviewers so desperately want. And I imagine this in itself is another pleasure for Keyes. He gets to be in charge, and he's enjoying a form of torture, albeit not a physical one. Despite Keyes' lack of cooperation, Detective Jeff Bell tells me how close they came to a fourth confession.
So we, in our interviews with Israel, when we were trying to figure out where he had been, where we could potentially find victims, behind the scenes, myself and the other investigators were looking at his phone records, his financial records, and trying to determine where he was most likely long enough that he could have killed somebody.
Right, so you guys are focusing on all of these cross-country trips that he's taken.
We knew when he rented cars, how long he had them, and how many miles he put on them. And this is very basic, but what I did was I had a map of the United States on the wall, and I would take a piece of string and a pin and a marker, and I would put the pin on the airport where he rented the car, and I would take half of the miles that he drove the car, and I would put a line in a circle, and I would say he could have driven this far and still returned the car with this many miles on it.
That's kind of genius. On April 7th, 2009, Keyes flies to Manchester in New Hampshire, rents a car at the airport, and clocks just over 1,000 miles.
He told us, admitted to us that there was a victim, ended up in Tupper Lake, New York.
There are more things I could talk about in New York. I'm not going to give any specifics right now.
No, just don't give me any specifics. If you tell me that there's this many bodies in New York, then I can take that and say we've got something solid.
There's one in New York.
And he described that he had taken somebody from one jurisdiction and drove across another jurisdiction, and then actually disposed of the remains in yet another jurisdiction in Tupper Lake, New York, along the Raquette River.
Okay.
He had told us that he had buried the person very close to the water because of the time of year. I believe it was April. And it was the only ground that wasn't frozen, that was thawed out enough that he could dig. Unfortunately, there had been a bad flood in that area along the Raquette River. And so we believe that her remains were washed away.
Keyes reveals he abducted and killed a woman during a trip east on April 9th, 2009, 2 years before the murders of Bill and Lorraine Currier. Her identity becomes a tug-of-war between Keyes and the investigators.
You already got me on the Couriers. As far as New York, I'm not going to give any more information on that or anything else until things move forward the way I would like to see them.
If you can give us the name New York.
No, I'm saying that you already have information on New York. You already know stuff happened there.
Yeah, I just meant the name of the person.
I never said I was going to give you anything today.
Investigators trying to identify Israel Keyes' New York victim have enough information to pull a list of possibilities. Women who went missing just after April 9th, 2009 within 2 states of New York. Hoping to find a match, they check Keyes' confiscated computer for any information he might have on these missing persons. And one name scores a hit.
So in his search bar, he actually put the name in, Deborah Feldman. He didn't spell it correctly, but he put that name in, and there's only one Deborah Feldman on our missing persons list.
48-year-old Deborah Feldman was last seen on April 8th, 2009, at her apartment in Hackensack, New Jersey. Not much is known about Deborah. She was reported to be a sex worker living a difficult life on the margins of society. A vulnerable woman whose disappearance would attract little media excitement. Sounds like Keyes' ideal victim. And her disappearance lines up with his travel history.
I felt pretty confident that it was her, and when we presented those facts to him we initially started with just a photograph of her, and we left the room.
Left something in the room that I needed to show you. Okay.
We watched his physical reaction when we left. It was clear that he was reacting to the photo. Went back in the room, and I said, "You told us if we figured this out, you would talk to us about this." And I said, "We figured this out. Deborah Feldman is somebody that you searched on your computer." And he said, "I don't want to talk about that right now."
I don't want to talk about it. So I mean,
you seem conflicted with the answer. You're saying no, but you're kind of saying yes also, and so we're.
No, I never said yes.
That was not a denial. So to me, that was essentially, I know about it, but I'm not going to talk to you right now.
But the attorney who is leading the interview pushes for an answer.
And he said, "We need to know right now. Now's the time. You need to tell us." And Israel just looked at him and said, "Well, if you need to know about it right now, I don't know anything about it."
So, is Deborah Feldman one of Keyes' victims? Jeff Bell is almost certain of it, but members of her family disagree. And with no body recovered, it's almost impossible to reach an agreement on what happened. Officially, she remains a missing person, and there have been no further developments in the case. So much of Israel Keyes' story remains tantalizingly out of reach, and it's this lingering mystery that keeps people returning. Investigative journalist Josh Hallmark has been looking into Keyes' potential murder victims for 9 years and counting. So can you explain your continued fascination with him?
I am one of those people, once I start something and invest myself into it, I have to see it through. It's kind of like when you're at the poker table and you're like, but maybe this next hand will be the one. It feels a little bit like that. Like if I walk away now, what thing was just beyond my reach? Like what clue, what evidence?
Yeah. Do you still unearth information this deep into it?
All the time. We just received last week 600 new documents in the case.
Really?
From a few different sources. We're sharing documents and information with the FBI.
Wow. I asked Josh for his interpretation of the pictures that Keyes left behind.
I think it was his final FU. I'm going to give you what you think you want, which is 11 skulls. That probably means nothing, but you're going to spend years trying to figure out what it means.
So you don't think these skulls mean anything?
No.
Do you think that weird last satanic symbol means anything?
Well, I mean, he said it himself. I quickly learned that Satanism was bullshit.
So if the skulls mean nothing, how many people do you think he killed?
It changes all the time. There are days where I'm like, it could be 50, and there are days where I'm like, could be 11. But if you look at his MO, and you look at his travel records, and you put together all the clues he's given us about victims, it seems more likely that there's closer to 25.
Josh has a list of potential victims, missing persons who vanished while Keyes was in the vicinity on his many long-distance trips. He regularly exchanges information with the FBI, and his list changes as new information comes in. There is one mysterious trip that Keyes talked about more than any other, and Josh has a likely victim to go with it. It's a mystery that begins with Keyes' mother, Heidi. I want to speak to someone who actually knows the reclusive and enigmatic mother with whom Keyes argued throughout his life. FBI agent Deb Rose first met Heidi the day of Keyes' arrest. So, did you know anything about Heidi Keyes before you started driving to her house?
No, knew nothing about Heidi Keyes and the conditions under which she lived until we went to her house to talk to her. You don't know if she's going to be that protective mother. You don't know if she's going to be cooperative. You know, you're on guard the whole time because you're coming into someone's home who may not want you there. But Heidi, albeit a strange and different way of life to most of us, was a lovely person. Heidi herself was attractive but plain. Her hair was long and up in a style, an updo style. What appeared to be a homemade dress, much like you would see Quaker women wearing. Very conservative way of life, and the daughters were similarly dressed. The men were bearded, dark clothing. The women were very meek and quiet, conservative, and I believe that Heidi had to get permission from the men to. She didn't have a husband; she was widowed. She had to get permission to speak to us.
What was her reaction to the news about Israel?
She was shocked and appalled that he committed murder. She absolutely shocked and appalled by it, and worried about his soul. She, in so many words, told me that she believed he was lost because of what he had done.
Deb Rose continues to visit Heidi Keyes throughout the investigation.
Over a period of time, she helped build a timeline, decades-long timeline, to help identify where he'd been in an effort to help identify other victims. She was very helpful.
I'm going back to a visit that Israel Keyes made on February 13th, 2012, a month prior to his sister's wedding and his arrest. It's 12 days since Keyes murdered Samantha Koenig and left her body in his shed. After taking his daughter to Florida for a cruise, he makes a detour to Texas to visit his mom and sisters.
What did Heidi tell you about that visit?
His mother and his sisters woke up on the morning of the 13th, and Israel was gone from the house. And he'd left a note telling them that he had gone to fix the windshield.
It's 2.5 days before they see him again.
She told us, based on text messages and communications with Israel, that he had gotten his rental vehicle stuck in the mud, and he couldn't get it out, that they went to this place where they agreed upon to pick him up. He didn't respond to text messages or phone calls. She and one of her daughters, at least one of her daughters, slept in their van in the parking lot of this mall, and eventually he recontacted them and they brought him home.
So he went AWOL? Did he ever explain where he had been?
She did tell me that he was tired, that he had gone without sleep, that he was disheveled when they picked him up, that he seemed confused and distracted, but she had no idea what he had been doing in the days that he was gone.
The missing 2 days are highly suspicious, and when FBI agents pull the records on Keyes' rental car, they discover he had driven a staggering number of miles, nearly 3,000. The question is, did he take another victim in that time, less than 2 weeks after killing Samantha?
We got back from vacation and I got to Texas, and I was checking the Alaska news a lot, and I just got kind of amped up, I guess, and decided I wanted to go out and do something, like preferably take someone, but...
And so then, when you were out in Texas looking at for something to do, what all did you find to do?
I was looking at banks to rob.
Keyes admits to robbing a bank in the small town of Azle.
I was just looking to do something. I was kind of out of control a little bit.
And he burns down an empty house.
I definitely wasn't planning things through in Texas. I just wasn't.
But he refuses to admit to killing anybody. When investigators pull footage from the bank robbery, they notice Keyes is wearing a disguise. He has a hard hat and appears to have long hair.
And I taped hair on the inside of the helmet so people thought I had long hair.
Like costume hair or real hair?
No, it was actually real hair.
Oh.
We use real hair. Where do you buy real hair?
You don't have to buy real hair to get real hair. Hair is free. Everything's free if you take it.
So who did Keyes take this hair from? It's one of the mysteries that has consumed Josh Hallmark.
The thing with Keyes is you have this massive timeline and all these travel records, so the obvious thing to do is look for people who disappeared in an area when Keyes was there. And that's how Jimmy came on our radar.
It's February 15th, 2012, and at 5:30 in the morning, James Tidwell clocks off from working the night shift. The 58-year-old returns to his home in Mount Enterprise, Texas. James works for an electric company, and he wears a hard hat like the one Keyes wears during the bank heist. He also has long hair. Jimmy never goes back to work, and after 2 weeks, his boss reports him missing.
A lot of things stood out. So when Jimmy was missing, so was Keyes. Jimmy lived and disappeared from a stretch of road between Keyes' mother's house where he was staying outside of Dallas and his sister's house where he was spending a lot of time in Wells. So it's that same thing of like, he's traveling between 2 points and a crime occurs between them. The other thing we notice is, his car is found a mile and a half from his house, directly across from an abandoned house.
Well, we know that Keyes likes to move his victims' cars. He did it with the couriers.
Jimmy worked as I believe, a pipe fitter, and he wore construction goggles, a construction helmet, and those things are never found. So that, to me, was like huge red flags. And years after I first reported on this, I was going through the list of stuff seized from Keyes' Anchorage house, and in it was a pocket knife, a branded pocket knife. I forget the name of the company. So I started looking into this company that branded this pocket knife, and it turns out they work directly with the company that Jimmy Tidwell was employed with, which isn't, 100% surefire deal, but it's suspicious.
So would it be your presumption that he would have abducted Jimmy Tidwell, raped him, and then killed him?
Yeah.
Perhaps the biggest barrier to reaching a conclusion is that typical characteristic of an Israel Keyes crime. There's no body. And while James Tidwell remains a missing person, his family holds out hope. Hope that his disappearance has nothing to do with the cross-country killer. I asked Detective Jeff Bell whether they were able to name additional victims in the wake of Keyes' suicide.
We didn't find out any more information, and he told us we would never, without him, we would never figure out who or where any of his other victims were. He's right.
Keyes wanted to keep his secrets to himself, and he succeeded. Even in his grave, he holds all the cards. The true extent of his crimes remains a mystery, and the lives he took are destined to remain unexplained missing persons, with no resolution and no justice. And yet, as the official investigation winds down, other unofficial detectives like Josh Hallmark take the baton. Have people come to you or to the FBI and been like, I am positive that my child, my wife, my son was killed by Israel Keyes?
Yeah, I've had family members, I've had local law enforcement come to me. In most cases, we can very quickly rule Keyes out. It's kind of heartbreaking where someone will come to the FBI and say, hey, I think Keyes is responsible for my loved one's disappearance. And then they look into it and it's like a suicide note was found in their car next to a bridge.
Ugh, that's so sad.
Even if it means making the serial killer the boogeyman in your life, it's better than not knowing what happened.
Absolutely. They just want to feel differently than they feel right then, and maybe new information will do it.
Also, like, where I've done the work and said, I think this could be a victim, I've been in close contact with a few families who were like, thank you, because the police wrote this off as, like, a rogue wave or as a drug overdose, and they never took us seriously, and we never believed it.
Just like the FBI, Josh is having to deal with unanswered questions and frustrating dead ends. But when I ask him if he's found any concrete evidence during his investigation, he tells me something extraordinary. In October 2024, 12 years after Keyes' suicide, Josh makes a critical discovery.
I mean, we just identified a kill kit, the first one ever found since his death. Like, there are...
Wait. Can you tell me what the hell you just said? Tell me again.
Yeah, so we helped identify a Keyes kill kit.
Tell me the story and leave nothing out.
So essentially what happened is someone on my team had been going through social media looking for any comment from someone saying they thought they'd encountered him.
Ah, so you need someone who's met Israel Keyes.
She found some guy on YouTube who said, oh yeah, I met this guy in Louisiana in February or March of 2012, right before his arrest, and he was out in this weird, like, swamp spillage area. He looked very suspicious. And then a few weeks later, he got arrested. This guy hid kill kits everywhere, so we went back and dug up a bucket with, weapons, condoms, bourbon.
So this guy finds a kill kit in a Louisiana swamp. What does he do with it?
He said he reported it to local police. They didn't seem to take him seriously, and that was the end of it.
So where does it live now, this kit?
Unfortunately, because this has been over 10 years and local law enforcement didn't take it seriously, that kill kit is in the ether now.
But Josh takes the information to his contacts at the FBI.
So they said, it's incredible that this is the sighting you found, because we had 70 maps on Keyes' computer that were so close up that we couldn't tell where they were in the world. And the one that had writing all over it was of this exact location. And the location where he says that this was buried was marked with a number 2 on Keyes' map. We now have a better understanding of how he was remembering where these kits were and what these other 70 maps will represent. We're very close to identifying 2 more.
I admire Josh's energy, and I understand the fascination with these caches that Keyes hid all over the country, his buried treasure. Even Detective Jeff Bell holds out some optimism when it comes to the kill kits.
He's told us that there is 2 caches in Port Angeles, hidden caches. One of them held things that are his, and one of them holds things that are not his. And my belief is that one of them is essentially a kill kit, like the rest of them, and the other one, in my opinion, would be his souvenirs from his victims.
And so I know we talked to you, you said that you would take jewelry and those kind of things. What did you do with it?
I usually would bury it.
Is that so that you could, did you then dig it up later to sell it, or just to possess it?
It's just more to have it, just know where it is.
If that cache is found without being bulldozed over or buried, could potentially lead us, and probably the only thing that will ever lead us to additional victims.
When are we going? Well, let's go.
The only thing we have is Port Angeles. We're looking for a Home Depot 5-gallon bucket, like without any information. That'd be like going to, let's go to Yosemite.
And look for a needle.
It appears that reaching any satisfying resolution to the crimes of Israel Keyes is impossible. So what is it that keeps Josh Hallmark so motivated?
I will never stop investigating Keyes. I've met, the family members of people who could have been his victims. I've met family members of his victims. I've met family members of his, and I do feel a level of, accountability. I think because of that, there's this responsibility to see it all the way through.
There's something reassuring about how Josh's continued research is driven by his intense feelings of empathy and social responsibility, 2 qualities entirely lacking in Israel Keyes. Throughout this series, we have indulged the voice of this psychopathic serial killer. But I want to end by hearing from one of his victims. And with Keyes, the definition of victim extends way beyond the people he killed. Jim Thompson is a relative of Israel Keyes' ex-girlfriend Tammy, and also a member of the indigenous tribe in Nia Bay that accepted Keyes. He offers a different understanding of the dreadful impact of the predator's killing spree. When I asked him how his family responded to the news that Keyes is a serial killer, he explained how it opened old wounds.
Trauma in our communities is unfortunately very prevalent.
Yeah. Read that.
My dad, he lived on Vancouver Island. He was taken away from his family when he was 5. And for 8 years, he was at the Alberni Indian Residential School. Right from age of 5 up until he was 13, he suffered horrendous physical and sexual abuse at the residential school he was sent to.
I've heard it was horrible, those environments.
And it's a hard thing to talk about, your trauma. And what we learn about Israel, it's deeply hurtful. And because of the historical trauma and the way it's handled, it has been talked about.
It's so personal because he's in your community. You trusted him. You spent all this time with him. He was in your mom's house. And a community that has already been so mistreated and is constantly trying to heal from the generational wounds inflicted by the government. I just can't imagine on top of that you layer this villain. Yeah.
Some people are in a different place where they can talk about it. I don't think in the Bay, where my mom is from, I don't think they're there yet.
I appreciate this perspective a lot. While Jim's story is incredibly specific, it also felt like he was describing a more universal pain. The pain of having been duped, deceived, manipulated, cheated. It's a hurt that must resonate with so many of the people who stumbled into Keyes' orbit. I asked Jim, as someone who's had to process this pain, whether it's important to keep talking about Israel Keyes. Do you think it's important to keep talking about him and about what happened?
I think so. I think the world deserves to know who he was. Don't let him dictate who he was. That's what he tried to do for months and months in his interviews. He tried to dictate to the world what they saw of him. That's not fair. That's not fair to Samantha Koenig. That's not fair to Bill and Courier or the unnamed victims that are out there that we don't know who they are.
I think it's an important note to end on. It's healthier to name the source of a trauma than to try to bury it. Israel Keyes confessed to the murders of Samantha Koenig and Bill and Lorraine Courier. And while their loved ones never saw justice, they do have answers. But there are many more who can't name the source of their pain and never will. The most common question I get asked about serial killers is how much is nature and how much is nurture? Are serial killers born or made that way by their environment? The case of Israel Keyes, the cross-country killer, is a terrifying example of how one can fuel the other in an explosive way to create this ruthless predator. Keyes was a psychopath and was most likely born that way. And nothing in his upbringing, as extreme as it was, made him into that sexually sadistic killer. What it did provide him with were the tools to become incredibly efficient. He used his knowledge of the environment to gain an edge over people he preyed upon. He applied the skills he mastered as a child and a young soldier to hunt his victims and hide his crimes. And he learned that he could live out his sadistic fantasies if he practiced his crimes on the fringes of society. Despite the success of his manipulations and the double life he created, the psychopath's need for more became his undoing, and his horrific murder spree was halted. My hope is that the victims of Israel Keyes, both known and unknown, are remembered for who they were, not just for their connection to the monster who took them from this world. This has been Season 8 of Mind of a Monster, The Cross-Country Killer. I want to pay special tribute to investigative journalist Josh Hallmark, whose dedication to the truth and in-depth understanding of this case has given us so much. Thank you, Josh. Mind of a Monster, The Cross-Country Killer is produced by Arrow Media, a Fremantle company, for ID. The network executive producer is Meredith Russell. Arrow Media's producer is Ian Clark. Editor is Sam Dynamo. Audio engineering by Mahoney Audio Post. Line producer is Sarah Tucker. Production coordinator is Katie Whittington. Senior assistant producer is Amelia Gill. Senior researcher is Yasmin Bowen. Archive producer is Ryan Hogan. Arrow Media series producer is Linda McCarthy, and executive producer is Stuart Pender. I'm your host, Dr. Michelle Ward. You can follow our show wherever you get your podcasts, and we'd love it if you could take a second to leave us a 5-star review on Apple Podcasts.